right. We are now live on YouTube. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've already been live over on Twitch, hanging out a little bit already, but this morning we are starting games very early. It is 8 o'clock in the morning for me, and we have some American matches later on, but we are going to check out EMEA. We are officially in the playoff bracket for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Basically, at the end of this bracket, someone's going to win $70,000, right? Which is pretty darn stellar. Now, all the 8 teams that already faced off in the group stages have already gone through, and now we are officially in seeding, and this is like the serious mode. There were moments in our commentary last week where we were like, hey, people might be holding back, you don't know, this is for seeding, they might not be pulling out full strategies. Today is a day where we're going to see if that's all true or just bullshit, right? So we'll be going from there. I did want to say, as we head into this, I need to go over the ban phase, which I will do in game number 2. I did have a request for that. And then we're also going to try something a little bit different. I'm going to cast without webcam for my first game. And then I'm going to cast a webcam for my second game. And I want you guys in the Twitch chat and YouTube, etc., to let me know what you think about it. I had some people questioning about my camera usage during a stream. In my opinion, I think it's about the players. My camera shouldn't be up. But hey, who knows? Maybe you want to see me sweat my ass off while I'm saying words, right? So let's hop in. Let's enjoy today's match. And we will go from there. Thank you guys for being here. And I hope you enjoy the broadcast. Let me make sure that all went live on YouTube. It looks like it did. Cool. We're good. I will, of course, divvy these all up and put them into their own matches as well later on. But let's hop in real quick. So in ban phases, let me check real quick. Nothing really standing out here. Very, very similar. In fact, there was a graph up earlier. The highest ban characters for this entire bracket stage. I don't know if it was just Europe, Middle Eastern, and Africa. But it was over 300 times for both Loki and Emma Frost. They seem to be one of the major ban outs, especially in the American scene. And it looks like that's going to be the case here. However, Team Pep's going to be able to protect the Emma Frost, so they have one of the strongest foundations for a team composition, and they'll be building around it. The only person that was a little bit weird for me in that whole entire ban number phase is Punisher. The Punisher was over 100 times banned, so a third of that. But that did start coming towards the end of the group stages. People started realizing, all right, Punisher's a pretty good DPS. Maybe we shouldn't have to fight him all the time, right? So we'll see how it goes. All right, let's hop into our first match. It is going to be a domination. Remember, these are an eternal best of 3. And of course, you carry your ultimate phases in between each phase as well, instead of what you would see on Convoy, and things like that. All right. I didn't catch the other team's composition, but that's okay. Sitting down and picking out the compositions in the early game is usually a folly. They usually switch them up based on what they need. Like, they probably had a rocket here and got some armor. We do have Namor and Hulk. Hulk has become a prevalent second tank in the meta. He is consistently everywhere. And the good news is we have zero tenacity, so I was able to catch one of their matches. Lugia is incredible on the Hulk. Oh, hang on. Massive portal coming up right away. Newton's going to go ahead and just duck away, which is actually not the greatest thing here for Zero Tenacity. If they give up their high ground, which they're going to have to give up here, retreat and reset up, they're going to have to give up the objective. And it looks like that will be the case here, as Lugia got picked off. Lugia plays a very interesting role for Zero Tenacity. You're going to see him probably die a lot. He is the sacrificial goat on the team. And I swear he is not hard inting. He is probably one of the players that I really appreciate his playstyle, because he doesn't care about dying. His deaths will be in exchange for some strategy value. Maybe he'll sacrifice himself so his team can live. You'll see Lugia go in and just try to absorb as many elements as possible, and you're already seeing that right now. Team Peps is up ahead right now, a total of 18% to 0, but they did lose Storm, who is going to be that damage amplifier for the team. Remember, when she is floating near teammates, they get about 8% extra damage, and then when she pops her lightning, it goes up to 18%. Her being gone could cost Team Peps its objective, and it's looking like that might be the case here, as Zero Tenacity, after losing one with that first initial portal, or Newton is not having a good start today, bro. His first engagement, he had to run away from a portal. His second engagement is trying to get up on top of this high ground. He has to take the stairs. He's a Punisher, bro. Newton is really interesting as a DPS player as well. We saw him play a lot in the matchup against Berber Patapims. And to be quite frank with you, he played Star-Lord for the first couple matches and just didn't get it done. But now with him being on a DPS and put a little bit more damage, I'm hoping to see him really shine through, because I haven't seen a match where he kind of like pops off. In fact, I would say Zero Tenacity plays a lot of their compositions off the back of Lugia. Team Peps right now, however, is making it into here, and they have their own ultimate. They're going to go for the Eye of Agamotto. Looks like they land a couple on the front line, trying to go for Magneto, but he will have a shield, and he has a meatball to come down. Can he find the Ludus? No, not quite. Instead, the shield goes up instead, and Team Peps are not going to be able to get a kill there, but they lose 3 on their side. Leaf is going to try and make something happen, but no, he gets Lugia'd as he gets stomped on the face here and taken away pretty quickly. Zero Tenacity looking like they really understand team fights compared to Team Peps. Trading out of solid value, and do remember that we just saw Newton get picked off at the start of that fight. That was even a full power Zero Tenacity. That was a 5v6 they wound up winning. Lugia is legitimately amazing. I don't know how to talk about this player without simping for him. I'll be quite frank with you. I think his ability to play the off-tank is really what makes Zero Tenacity such a scary threat. The rest of the team continues to hold the high ground while Lugia solo holds the point. Look at him just dropping down his shields, waiting around Magneto, doing what he can for that objective point, which is building up to 98%. And with the objective point coming to a close, Newton pulls off his ultimate and runs for the back line, trying to grab a support here, or even a DPS would be doing wonders for his team. Meanwhile, look at this, Smash this just on the side, fishing around, throwing out a couple of hint eyes, getting a couple of picks, keeping up the headshots. Zero Tenacity, however, begins to start losing members. Ducky down, Newton down, Oasis having to retreat, and Oasis is going to want to build up their ultimate, so they want to fully reset here. So, Team Peps actually did a pretty solid job of waiting and not overestimating their hand. They were able to touch the objective, and if you actually look over to their team right now, DRP and Hardest are going to be the ones that I think are going to really start to set this up for Team Peps if they want to come back to this comeback. They need to win 1, maybe 2 fights with overtime considered. Zero Tenacity on their way. This fight for the high ground continues to be a main point of contest for both teams. Zero Tenacity so far has been the victor of that, but Team Peps put a little bit more of a fight now. Ooh, Lugia getting pulled in. That is the Bucky effect. Remember, he has a grappling hook where he can pull people in. It's one of his greatest attributes. Lugia actually able to get away as Bruce Banner. I find a lot of teams actually don't chase down Bruce Banner. They're like, all right, that means for 10 seconds they effectively don't have a hero, we're fine. Bruce does like 0 damage, it's insane. Zero Tenacity going for it here as they step up. Attempt to go for the heals here with Cloak and Dagger. The carpet is going to be down for a little bit longer, but finally there's going to be an answer back from Larry with his own ultimate. Attempting to try and stay alive, but Oasis is actually going to get the better end of that trade as he's going to ult afterwards. So Zero Tenacity, if no one gets picked here right now, should be able to have the healing factor come into full effect right after that concludes, and it does. Zero Tenacity trying to fight. However, they did lose a couple of members. Team Peps putting up a good team fight. Just a full-out brawl here for this overtime here in the finale. Lugia going full Hulk mode. He's slamming Strange on the ground. Puny God. That was such an amazing shot. Oh my god. Oh my god. They better use that in the trailers. That was sick, dude. Dr. Strange was pulling backwards to try and get in the objective to keep the overtime up, but Lugia grabbed him outside of the objective control, and he lost the point because of it. Cute. Super cute, bro. So Zero Tenacity kind of showcasing that honestly they can really, really control the front lines. The Vanguards are just sublime in gameplay. Team Peps, however, I did enjoy their fight. It looked like they were able to really scrounge out a couple of takedowns, especially on Lugia in particular. If they can clean it up faster, I can see a world where they can push on the objective and take it away from their opponents. The one thing, though, about taking out the Hulk is that whenever he does get taken away from the battlefield and turns into Bruce Banner, there is an animation that has to play, that he's invincible during the entire time. And Zero Tenacity does a really good job of deciding in that moment, do they want to step up and save Bruce Banner, or do they want to back away from the fight? So I want Team Peps to figure out what they want to do with the Hulk. One thing I would really like for them to do is get Hulk taken down, turn him into Bruce Banner, and run past him and force the opposing team to fight. If they can find a pick there, that's where I can see them having success. Team Peps going for the portal once again. They find an immediate pick on Newton once again. Yeah, I hate to be critical, man, but I feel like Newton gets picked a lot. I don't know if it's a positioning issue. I would have to sit down and watch his POV. Which, you know, Marvel Rivals, please give us replay packs. Please? Please? I feel like I'm the only one that asked for replay packs. I would love to sit down and watch one individual player and learn their tendencies. Because I don't know why Newton dies so much. It could be a team decision, right? Supports, in my opinion, are more valuable than DPSs, so if there ever comes a situation where someone's getting focused, they may have decided, hey Newton, you're on your own, just play the side angles, but I would like to figure out why he gets picked so much. Team Peps does grab the first objective here, well done, as they grab this top side. Now, Zero Tenacity might be waiting for the 50% mark to hit on the objective. One cool little map mechanic on this map in particular is whenever you get the objective to 50%, it actually ascends and descends. So it'll descend into a area where you can shoot down, which is really good for Namor and Punisher, and that might be a good spot for Zero Tenacity to try and take the point back. Ayabagamado coming out. Here comes Storm. Leaf able to go down. Where's he going? I see Leaf here on the side, but multiple ultimates are being popped up. It's going to be the Cloak of Dagger to try and counter the Storm, and everyone turns around and focuses Storm. Honestly, dude, I'm a Storm believer. She is my favorite. She's a goddamn goddess, and I love her. However, it seems like Storm in competitive gameplay is just too straightforward of a game plan where people are shutting her down so fast now. When she ultimates, she goes into this isolated animation where she can't go up and down or use her verticality anymore. She gets a 600 health bar shield, which is pretty nice. But everybody now is popping one support ult and then turning around and focusing the Storm while she's in that mode. And it's working so effectively. What we need is the evolution from other teams to see when they're going to be able to start handling that pressure coming their way and trying to keep the Storm alive. Or if there's continuing using the Storm ult just to trade out ults, which is fine too, but it makes me sad that Storm gets destroyed so quickly now. Of course there is a team up in the game, Jeff the Shark, but we'll talk about that later, because right now Lugia is going off once again. He's in the corner here, dropping down the spin, dropping down the hands, jumping to his teammates, getting the heals, and looks like he's going to be able to get out of there. Look at the damage he soaks up on the Hulk, man. It's so fantastic. Lugia continuing to punch. Doctor Strange is floating above him. Team Peps wanting to descend down, but they need to find a pick before that occurs. Lee stepping up to try to find said kill. Beetle going in for an Ayabagamado. Goes straight for the back line. Will be able to find a Cloak and Dagger pickoff, which is good for them. However, Oasis is here with the dance that is going to provide healing for 300 health per a second. It's pretty darn good. It does conclude here, though, and Newton trying to hold this right corner is looking for a support that he can pick off. Just can't find an angle on anybody. And I think Zero Tenacity right now is just throwing bodies with the objective. They're going to eventually lose this, but they want to get as much control as they can. And they do get it, 79%. But Team Peps is right on their heel right now. Team Peps is putting up a very good fight at the moment. Beto holding this right side, trying to play up on a forward position and try and get eyes on their opponents. Puts up a shield right in front of the Punisher. The Punisher going to go ahead and shell down here on this left corner here. Has a pretty decent amount of damage, but we should see a full rotation from Zero Tenacity. Yeah, they're rotating here on the right side. Whenever you want to take down a Punisher ultimate, you either want to put like soft damage on him or just go for a hard flank, right? Make him spin around because he's exposed on the backside. Emma Frost will pop an open here on the side, but Ducky's able to handle that without too many issues thanks to shields. Lugia actually runs in forward and pops him shield 2 right in the front line to try and protect Magneto. However, it was not enough. Cloak and Dagger provides the healing at this last second to keep him nice and healthy, and Team Peps is currently in the lead, 99%, but 3 of them will get hit with a stun here as Zero Tenacity tries to find a pick, but they answer back themselves as Zero Tenacity loses 3 at the same time. It's a full-on bloodbath. Here comes a portal from Ducky as they're trying to keep up this competition. Team Peps in the full position here to get the win. If they can just wipe every health bar that's on the point. Zero Tenacity should be spawning here. Ducky was able to hold for a decent amount of time, but finally does get picked off. Cloak and Dagger jumps on through. Newton trying to shoot through the portal. He can't find any targets. They're just too healthy, and Team Peps are able to control and get point number 2. We are all tied up 1-1. This observer's been pretty pog. I agree. They have been pretty on point. Okay, well, game number 3. It does seem like Team Peps is able to brawl a little bit better than Zero Tenacity on that second map there. I think a major contribution to that was they really focused on grabbing the objective first. And I think they may be able to do this as well here on round number 3. Zero Tenacity, as you saw, was forced to use Doctor Strange's portal on game 2 to try and attempt to go for the overtime and take it away from their opponents, and did not succeed, which means Team Peps has a portal advantage, so they should be able to get on the objective first here and grab the high ground. We'll see. Zero Tenacity running on over. What's Team Peps do? Are they doing the portal? They should be, because I think they want to grab the objective first. They did portal. Okay. Cool. So they portal in first. They're going to set up. This is the portal diff, right? This is why portal cooldown is such an important cooldown, and you need to make sure as a team you are deciding when to use it. 5 seconds to unlock for Zero Tenacity. Currently, Team Peps is just trying to shell away, putting damage on the DPS. They don't really care too much about the tanks. If they can kill the tanks, that'd be great, but they don't care too much about them. I like how Zero Tenacity realizes they're going to lose the objective first, so they went ahead and just grabbed the high ground. Take the second best objective, right? Play for the strategy. Tentacles are getting cleared out. Lugia goes big mode. He gets pulled on in, but he just runs to the back line. He's just knocking them up left and right. Now, sadly, he can't find a takedown because of Luna Snow. Oh my gosh, he jumps away from the Eye of Agamotto. He heard it from Beetle coming from behind. He then runs towards Beetle. He stomps on his face and does a decent amount of CC to him. Eventually, the ultimate is going to conclude. Zero Tenacity are going to have to force with his Emma Frost ultimate that's landing on a couple people. Magneto goes up and goes straight for the Punisher, but he's able to iframe it thanks to his turret. There are so many small micro tricks that are happening right now, and now it's time to cook. Leaf going up, going straight in for Oasis, trying to find the takedown. Can he get it with the aid of his teammates? He does find it. Multiple resets occurring, and that's going to be a full cleanup here for Team Peps. Zero Tenacity is going to have to relinquish the zone. Incredible team fight from both teams there. Really showcasing what you can do in Marvel Rivals. All the little small game plans coming together for the overarching big game plan. It's honestly what esports is all about, dude. And I love playoffs. There is just something in the water. You can feel the energy. Everyone's brought their A game, except for maybe Newton. I'm sorry, Newton. I'm sorry. I'm being a bully. Honestly, the opposing team is playing really well around Newton. They're constantly dodging out on his attacks and whatnot. I'm sure he's going to turn it up here really, really soon, and I've just had really unfortunate timing, so seeing him get picked off. Leaf, however, looking pretty strong. This is my first time actually seeing him on the DPS right now. Gets picked off, and here we go. Newton heard my challenge, and Newton is going to cook. You see, this is why I'm critical, chat. I'm here to inspire the people. I'm not just a commentator. I'm a messiah. Great damage there from Newton, locked them into a corner. They did very, very, very well at the moment. Okay, so Zero Tenacity in a position of control, setting up for this objective. In terms of points here, Beetle is about to have his portal up once again, so he should be able to have one more portal reinforcement, so not a big deal from both teams. 46% to 23% right now, though. Zero Tenacity does have an uphill battle to climb in here to get the first win in this best of 3. Newton starting to lock in here now, land these hell shots, loving to see that. Beetle on the other side trying to get over here and contest, but has to wait for an objective to control. Here we go, Eye of Agamotto going in, lands it on one target. Lugia will fall, but that is going to be a Hulk. He has a fast reinforcement time. Meanwhile, Ducky trying to back away. There goes the iframe from Cloak and Dagger to back away. Emma Frost trying to chase them all, but sadly for Ducky, he got left into a corner here where he may get picked off. No, it looks like he was actually able to escape somehow. I don't know how he did that. Well done by him, keeping the objective fully controlled at 54%. Ducky dancing back and forth, and here's Newton. Newton needs some heals. He gets them just in time. He's burning through the shield. Emma Frost is low, so is Dr. Strange, and he gets a snipe on the top side as well. Team Peps losing 3 members here as Newton is starting to pop off. Oh my god, Newton. I'm so sorry, bro. I wasn't familiar with your game, dude. That's on me. I wake up cranky. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Newton. Please forgive me. Please forgive. Okay, so Team Peps has their portal. They should be trying to use it here after the next push to go for their reinforcement. They're going to try and get in here organically one more time. They do have it off the back of Larry, who has their ultimate set up and good to go. Great job destroying that turret as soon as you can. Look at Smash Nez. He is above the high ground here. This is a great spot for the tentacles. It's hard to walk in and shoot those. Can also bubble, as you just saw, to try and save himself. Lugia takes Dr. Strange into the corner and then punches him in the face. Ooh, bring in the claps, bring in the punches. Lugia doing Lugia things. Love to see it on the stream. Here comes Leaf looking for a reset. Sue Storm's going to answer back with an ultimate here for Aura Stealer, trying to hold them into a location, but Oasis says, I got you guys. I'm Luna Snow, and we are dancing. Healing just pouring in for the team, and Newton pulls out the guns, trying to race down anyone that might be on the opposing side as the healers are trying to survive. Magneto goes for a pop and will be able to take out the portal. Here comes Leaf once again, but I don't think he's going to be able to find anything as he's being forced into a corner to the location where Magneto wants him to being. Agamotto comes in. Can he find a support pick? He needs a support pick. Leaf is healed up. The bubbles are too much. Meanwhile, the portals continue to have reinforcements just dropping in. Hardest even switched into the Star-Lord so he could dash in, but it just was not enough, and Zero Tenacity are able to win 2-1 in the first map. Whew. Damn, dude. That was a start to a match. I love the part where I called out Newton, and then Newton just started popping off, and now he's the MVP. Oh, that's funny. That's how it be, bro. Look at his damage, 40k. Oh my god, he shut me up. I'm not allowed to flame Newton ever again in my live chat. Ever. It's just not legal. Isn't Lugia insane? He makes Hulk look so fun. Like, I'm actually so inspired to hop on and play Lugia. Look at this. Look at Lugia. His combos are incredible on this character. Oh my god, he's a monster. The reverse caster curse, that's what I'm here for. I am ready to put on a show. An incredible even, something like that. Should Team Peps consider banning Hulk? Maybe. Lugia has been pretty on point with Hulk. However, he does play other off tanks. But it can't hurt. I mean, it can kind of hurt. This is the problem with the best of 3 format, especially in playoffs. Like, I think playoffs legitimately should be best of 5s. Because you can't, like, really experiment with bans, and they're probably afraid to give up Emma Frost. So I'm not sure. The thing about the Hulk, though, is, like, I think he brings so much value to a team. Because he can dive, but he can also protect. He can also kind of do his own thing. Like, his health bar transformations are so impactful. It'd be arrogant not to. Yeah, it just kind of comes down to, like, what your ban priority is, right? Another option as well is Wolverine. One thing about Hulk is, after you get through his Gamma Shield initially, he is very susceptible to CC, because he does have kind of a low HP pool and a massive head. So, like, if you go for headshots on him, he gets burned down pretty fast, right? I wonder what they're talking about. Do you guys want to hear the commentary in between? I'm down. That'll give me a chance to let my break relax. I actually haven't heard Tetcher at all.
Like, it's nice to
and
see
Ryan Central.
even though we saw a lot of games from them last week that they're still
Is casting practice for you? I'm just editing the videos and putting them on YouTube and trying to get a library going for me, because I want to have a portfolio to be like, listen, here's all my commentary over your official matches. Please pick me.
You know, other regions using a lot more Hulk, wanting to see a bit.
It's also just been really nice to get back into casting. It's been years since I've enjoyed a game to cast, so kind of just getting back into it. Like, this and Street Fighter are really fun to cast, but I suck at Street Fighter, so I can't talk at a high level about it. Ooh, they only do 3-minute breaks in EMEA. Look at that. Nice. Oh, this is unmuted now. Nice. Best of 3 playoffs seems odd as we get to 5 later in the bracket. I don't know. They got to best of 5s in the semifinals in the group stage brackets, but in general, I have opinions about these group stages and bracket plays and how they're ran. It's like they wanted to commit to lots of games, but didn't, you know? And I'm of the opinion, bro, these players are playing for $3 million. You give them the best stage possible, which in my opinion is a best of 5 in most games and a best of 7 for finals. I don't know if best of 7s is good for, like, a hero shooter, though, because I haven't watched, like, Overwatch or anything. This is my first time ever, like, partaking in a hero shooter at this level, right? I've always been casual about them. I'm like, oh, this is cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like hitting my ult. But now that I'm like watching tournaments, I'm formulating opinions on what they need and what I enjoy and what I think is perfect. You know, everyone has their own thoughts. The TrikSlyr way may be a good way, but it might not be the best way. You never know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a random guy on the internet yapping. Just a random guy on the internet yapping. That's your boy, TrikSlyr. Alright, chat, how's everyone going? I need you guys to fill the air. I have to cast all day. My voice is gonna be so shot, bro. I need to reach out to Dogman, because Dogman did say he wanted to do a co-stream this week. Let me DM him right now. Hey, Dogman. What day works for you? Gonna be broadcasting every game I can from EMEA and America. All right. I pinged him. You starting Nevis tonight? Oh my god. If you want to save money, I played that game, Veritable, and I loved it, and I bawled my eyes out at the end. I quit my stream that day. I loved that game. I also think I had a different interpretation of others. But that game, like, that game broke me, you know? Those developers make incredible games. Between that and Grist, whoo! Alright, I do want to hear the commentary, and then... I'll be there.
The Central Park. Tetcher, I think it's the least popular map that we've seen so far in EMEA. Probably not because of like dislike or disdain for it or anything like that. Probably because teams have just wanted to hold on to showing what they play on this map full stop. And Peps, well...
Weren't the maps all set for the group stages?
I would have expected maybe a mid-town.
Or am I crazy?
Any of these, like, convoy
I thought that's why we saw the same maps over and over. It's because the maps were set. Was that players picking them?
Midtown is a map where you can play a lot more defensively, and Peps have played a little bit more often of these big spawn hold setups. So we'll see if this is where they decide to go. The side of Central Park, it does have some very good
Central Park
spots. That first point is a massive zoning potential for trying to prevent people from getting really high aggressive pushes.
Playoffs!
And you can hold there a little more efficiently than some of the other convergence maps.
It's a really good
all right.
for flyers too. So yeah.
So one thing I wanted to do heading into this casting phase here is someone asked me to go over the ban phase, and I will tell you this ban phase is very good, but it is obnoxiously annoying to look at first, and I think it's because of the presentation. There's such little boxes, but basically what it is it's a snake draft. But whenever you match ups, you can pick at the same time, right? So a snake draft usually means 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, all the way through 1 until the end, right? What is different about this draft is that when you are drafting for your team only. Whatever the opposing team does, except for bans, does not affect what you can pick whenever you're going through here, right? So they're going to ban Magneto on this side, but Magneto is available for them on this side, right? And you get 2 protections, which are these little white shields here. You can protect 2 heroes on your side of the draft that the opposing team cannot ban out in any way, shape, or form. What this does is let for characters be banned on certain teams, but allow them to be played in the matchup overall, so you can try and like get a drafting edge. So it's a little convoluted, but it really helps out the pro players for building up the different teams, and it makes sure that we don't get stuck in this weird meta where like people are playing the same 6 characters, right? There will be overlap, of course. But as you get to figure out a team, you can kind of ban characters that are more important to them, especially in these like 4th and 5th bans that are 3rd and 4th bans that show up on the later stages of Tales. And usually your first 3 bans or picks or protections are very meta dependent, right? So that's why you're seeing a lot of Emma Frost bans. So like this person banned Emma Frost, so this team can't play it. But this team banned Magneto, so they can't play Magneto. They protected Magneto, so they are going to be the only one with a Magneto in this game. As where Team Peps will not have a Magneto, right? Peps actually decided to commit to banishing Punisher. Newton was able to get a couple of really good cleanups. And the ultimate in general is a thorn in the side to protect. Whenever the Punisher ults, he is actually un-CCable. He has a wind-up animation where he can't be CC'd, and then during the entire duration of him just having bullets flooding out, he cannot be CC'd. So you have to burst him, surprise him, or you're going to lose the trade-off. So, Team Peps has decided not to handle that character. Meanwhile, going over to Zero Tenacity, they have banned out Cloak and Dagger, and then Psylocke. Psylocke is a character that pairs very, very well with a dive tank. It can be the Thing, it can be Hulk. Hulk has been the common stay for a lot of teams. But she's great at playing off angles and just putting a lot of pressure on you, and her ability to go invisible or even shift away from a fight, and she gets 2 of them, is hard to track down. And then she also has a pretty solid one-shot combo if she's able to land headshots. It's like a left click, left click, click the right click again, shift through. And you can pretty much delete any support if you're able to hit all those shots, which can be frustrating to deal with, right? Now, we did see Adam Warlock highlighted for one of our teams, and it was actually something that we saw a lot in the group stage grand finals. I'm trying to make sure I get the terminology correct because it's all over the place. Newton is the one that actually played the Adam Warlock, and it was the character that I first found him to be playing when I first started casting him, and I think his Adam Warlock is sublime. It's so good they don't even need Star-Lord and Mantis in their compositions. They'll take them if they have the chance, because having a res composition is always nice. But Newton has a very, very solid aim on Adam Warlock, and he's one of those characters, if you can hit headshots and bring your right clicks in, you can, 1, get cooldown reductions on your abilities, and then 2, he does a decent amount of damage. In fact, he was the highest support damage dealer at most ranges. Rocket can be debatable at close range. Before Ultron came out. So you're going to see him constantly trying to play the side lanes. He's actually a little bit more aggressive than I would think you would want to be with an Adam Warlock, but he makes it work, dude. It's very inspiring. Can you tell that I'm glazing Newton because I felt bad about flaming him last round and then he popped off? This is how you make up when you flame people, okay? Good push here for Zero Tenacity. Typically getting through that first choke is very difficult, and then what they did here is they spread out. You see there is a tank on the top right ramp, which allows them to have maximum poke value, and they don't even actually get too many kills. They find 1 pick down on hardest, and they have to back away. Ducky coming forward with Groot, and Groot's going to make it very obnoxious for anyone to step up. He has the wall off, and they keep blocking down. Smashness finds a great headshot there. God, I love that sound effect. Whoo! Zero Tenacity, showcasing the strength of this composition that they build out. Do note that they have a couple of healers here with Mantis, Invisible Woman, and Adam Warlock. So fascinating how Mantis and Adam Warlock can actually provide decent damage. Mantis also has really good CC. She can sleep a target in front of her, so it makes it hard for Dive to get on this comp. Team Meps should be setting up around this little corner. The problem is, Zero Tenacity has just done such a good job of getting high ground constantly. High ground is so frustrating when you're trying to get over to an objective to slow it down. Because when you're on high ground, you can use the Z axis to use the floor as cover, right? So you can back up and kind of dance back in. Luna Snow going for an ultimate. Human Torch brings down the damage, but he needs a little bit more damage to help clean this up. But it will keep Larry back, provides for healing for his teammates. Newton gonna pop his ultimate, and Newton will do this, by the way. A lot of Adam Warlocks are like, I need the 5-6 man res. Newton's bro, like, 1 teammate down, I'm gonna pop my ult now, and we're gonna turn this fight around. And they do just that. They find a pick on Larry, 1 support down. DRP trying to get in the way by dropping down the Mind Blast in an attempt to just get anyone CC, but that does not go their way. And Zero Tenacity is just running up this ramp. It's actually a sign of quite domination, to be quite frank with you. Pushing up a ramp on offense, especially this portion right here, is very difficult. There's a lot of spots for Team Peps to set up and slow down the actual engagement. But Zero Tenacity, with their, I guess, tenacity and affinity for high ground, has just proven a little too difficult. Team Peps, however, does get a portal down, slows down this final push a little bit longer. I need to see him grab this top right high ground over here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but over here, like, that stuff is kind of really important. Newton trying to clear out these walls so they can go for a flank if they need to. Ultimate's being built up. Oasis is about to have an ult. Can lead the charge here if need be. Adam Warlock able to survive. Oasis finally pops the ult. Mantis is really interesting because she provides a lot of healing and shields for a push, but it's very short duration. But that short duration is just enough. Team Pep's getting completely wiped. And Zero Tenacity, with 3 minutes on the timer, will get an additional 1.5 minutes and start pushing for point number 3. So Team Peps has a lot of ultimates. And to be fair, if you don't think you can hold point number 2, holding on to your ultimates and waiting for point number 3 is a solid strategy. That third ramp is such a chore to get up. And Team Peps is going to try and really lock in here. The thing is, they're still going to choke. This is wild. Smash is ignoring the other torch. He's literally like, bro, you can't hit me. That's crazy. Leaf is trying out of their mind. But you know what comes up? Lands a combo on Larry, which is going to stop the ultimate from Larry. Massive pickup here for Lugia. And it's a Lugia show, man. Every time I see a massive play, I look over at the username to see who did it, and it's Lugia. Listen, my opinion on who the best player in the world is changes every other game, but right now it's Lugia. Lugia is just so impactful, dude. He is a force that you have to deal with, and that is such a good person to have on a Vanguard. SmashNet's trying to clean up. He doesn't have his pounce. It's actually off cooldown for 9 seconds, so you see them just buying time right now. Finally, he gets picked. Adam Warlock dropped the ultimate before he died. What great communication. Newton like, I got you, bro. Just run it down. And then Newton runs it down. He doesn't have his res, though. I think he's actually dead here. Team brawling over the last objective. Larry trying to hold, and I think Team Peps will have the defense. But Zero Tenacity in such a commanding lead. They have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go for a push. That's just enough time to probably get 2 good fights going their way. So Team Peps is going to need to lock in and get some great defense. They did use a lot of ultimates for said defense earlier, though. Or Steeler is be working on popping up her ultimate. That's going to be probably the major focus here. And Team Peps needs to hold this top ramp. You see them already setting up for it. Trying to clear out. Flank on the left side. Ooh, love this from Zero Tenacity. They send their entire team here on the left. I am worried, though, because there is a Groot on the other side, but Beetle seems terrified to move up. If Beetle moves up there and gets a couple of walls, I think they can lock him in. They decide to pull back, though. With the lack of ultimates, he probably didn't want to risk dying, right? Time is a-ticking. Zero Tenacity, slow and steady. 3 ults versus 4 right now. Groot flanking on the right side, you can see it here. Here comes Ducky. Ducky runs in. He goes for the back line. I think he was able to find a target, and he does. The tornadoes come in perfectly from Smash to help out with the DPS. Great flank there by Ducky. Now Team Peps tries to have anyone stand for defense, but they have none, as everyone gets completely eliminated here. Great wombo combo coming in from Zero Tenacity. And Groot, off the back of Ducky, he's going to get off a 4-man ult, and with some DPS, they're able to go up 3-0 over Team Peps. With 1.5 minutes left, too. So if we go to overtime, they got some time baked up. So Team Peps is obviously struggling against this composition, this res comp, this constant tempo. Now, how do you disrupt tempo? You need to find ways to get picks, right? You can either go raw damage, which they don't. They can go for the Punisher. They can play it because Zero Tenacity had the Punisher banned out, but Team Peps did not. Or you can go for picks. My favorite candidates for said picks: Wolverine, Bucky, can be fantastic for doing that. Emma Frost's pretty good too, obviously, because she can get her choke and move in for an engage. So I'm wondering if Team Peps might switch into that and attempt to match this resurrection comp with just straight up kills and run them over. For now, Team Peps is actually electing to go for triple support and getting an Ultron. That is actually a valid option here. You do have to be pretty careful, though, as Ultron will be the central piece, right? If Ultron goes down, typically the composition starts to follow afterwards. And the thing is, Zero Tenacity has pretty solid DPS already on their team. Adam Warlock being one, Human Torch being another. So Ultron can get sniped out of the sky. Originally, before Ultron came out, like, the sniping support was Adam Warlock, right? Because he has a hit scan ability on his left click, and he has a pretty nice right charge that you can kind of build up to burn out tanks. Just gotta have good aim, you know, and good positioning. Team Peps comes out with the aggression. Beetle gets completely eliminated here on the front line. Looks like a bit of an overextension. Smashnez jumps down to his teammates. Oh, I love the synergy between him and the supports, by the way. Every time that he goes to pop his dive on the ground, he gets a shield, but there's a heal there right away. They seem to understand that if Smashnez is dropping down his headbutt to the ground, provide a heal immediately. Good movement so far. Ducky holding the front line. He finds a couple separated. Ah, and here we go. The ultimate coming in from Ultron, trying to snipe a healer. Luna Snow pops her ult. They charge forward. Newton will get picked off, but he has his res, and it looks like he's going to pop that right away. They want to keep up the aggression. Larry's ult is about to conclude, so Groot goes for an ultimate, trying to lock down a couple people, and the timing is perfect. Such great defense here. Ducky on point with these Groot ultimates. He waited for Luna Snow to finish her 12 seconds, and about 10 seconds into the ultimate, he dropped down the Groot ult so it would expire before they could escape. Locked him into a choke. And Zero Tenacity continues to hold for now. Newton pops the ultimate to try and stay alive. Just in case anyone gets picked off. Lugia goes up, tries to get a meatball on Leaf, and we'll get him pretty low. Can he find the snipe? He's looking for it. They find it. Pick comes in. Leaf gets taken down, and now it's just an Ultron in the sky, but Smashnez will easily smash that. And the push from Team Peps has been completely pushed away. And look at the results here. There is zero objective control on the map. They did not even get the first point. 2 minutes left. Team Peps should be able to farm up one ultimate. They do have Emma Frostle, and Larry has the ultimate again, so they're gonna try and push off of that. There they go. Emma Frost going for the high ground, but Smashnez wisely backs away. Great use of his utility here. At this point, you just want to wait it out. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Groot ult comes in once again. And Zero Tenacity just does the same strategy. They dance around, wait for Luna Snow ult to die, pop a Groot ultimate on the 3 to 4 people that are grouped up, and go for a takedown, and then they get squirreled. My god. Alright, Team Peps, you gotta switch it up. They did switch it up, by the way. They did bring out... Stop looking at me, you ugly-ass squirrel! Wolverine. Wolverine has been brought out, as well as Bucky for hardest. So, they went with the original pick comp that I was talking about at the very, very beginning. I do fear it might be too late, but this is kind of how you break down these res comps. You get people out of position, you find a couple of kills, you start trying to snowball them. Let's see if they can get it here. 43 seconds and counting. Team Peps is set up. Zero Tenacity controlling the choke to the best of their ability. Massive wall goes in for Ducky. Big Groot to ultimate is going to be connecting for the opposing team. Beetle going for it. Magneto looking for the back line, going for anyone. Tries to go for the Bucky. Hardest gets fully healed up once again. No reset coming in from Hardest, though. He was stopped from getting that kill. Newton gets picked off, but he has his ultimate, and this looks like this might be over. Luna Snow for the heals, but the DPS just flying in from the Human Torch. He's continuing to build that up. He's putting it in front of his tanks, by the way, so the tanks can't be threatened in any way, shape, or form. Adam Warlock goes for the ult, but Emma Frost tries to cut him down. I hope they got that pick. Here's a portal from Leaf. Full reinforcement, and just not enough. Team Peps wasn't even on the objective. They were pushed into a weird corner. And Zero Tenacity will get the first 2-0 of the game and beat out Team Peps. So Team Peps still has a chance. There is a loser bracket. They'll be heading down there. And Zero Tenacity will advance forward in the playoffs. Yeah, Zero Tenacity just needs a lot better.
For so long to get that pickup that
Let's see what the casters think.
Weren't on the point for too long.
Let's see if we have familiar thoughts.
Well, the 2-0 victory for
They lost it pretty hard. Yeah, they did.
Will move on to the bracket, and Peps will make their way down to the lower bracket. Not out yet, but they have an opportunity to make their way into that grand finals. But Zero Tenacity looking incredibly strong. And yeah, Ducky on this Groot in a tight enclosed space, that is horrific.
Chat, a reminder, if you have the YouTube stream up, make sure to engage, like, comment with it, etc. Trying to get these videos in the algorithm feed. It's going to be a long road, but any type of commentary, engagement, whatnot, they help out. The more eyeballs I can get my casting in front of, the better.
And if you can take out stuff like Mantis,
your boy could go to China and cast.
That's why it was banned out the first time from Team Peps.
All we have to do is get super popular.
Alongside Ducky Fern in the Strangling Prison,
More balls, got it. Exactly. There you go.
Highest output of healing that you can get from these
engagement activated. Let's go, Bone. Thank you.
Going. And Z10 are feeling confident now. I think Peps
that's what I'm talking about.
Domination, but on maps like this, where we've not seen them play, they're clearly
I wonder if I should start doing like a YouTube stream and the first 20 minutes is like, hey, you guys want to do a Q&A? Things like that to help get engagement up. I could be better about that. Maybe I'll do that later on for North America. We'll see what my time is. Wait, is his name pronounced Knuten? Shit. Damn it. I flamed his gameplay and I'm saying his name wrong. I'm never getting the job.
Because Smashness is now causing British summer trauma on that Human Torch, creating massive zoning potential, huge bursts with the Mantis team up. Zero Tenacity not living up to their name at all, just consistently always having these ultimates ready when they're needed and showing all the tenacity to stay on the points, especially with the fact they kept reviving.
Yeah, I mean, I love that as a potential meta name of just British summer trauma. The BST really does sum up stuff at the moment, but it really does feel on that note.
The name Knut is pronounced as Canute. In some contexts, particularly with the Harry Potter verse, it's pronounced with a silent K as a newt. However, the traditional Scandinavian pronunciation and used by some Harry Potter fans includes the K sound. Dang. Canute. Canuten.
Not only in Marvel Rivals, but beyond
Canuten.
It really did feel if there was a team that could just catch them with just some of the coordination that they had available to them, it might be Peps. But honestly, once we got to some of those like objective focused maps, it was pretty easy from Z10 because they had all of the answers, both in the draft and outside of it.
Yeah, it came down to the draft setting themselves up, like you said. I'm amazed that we saw that Wolverine come out a little bit later. We talked about how strong Wolverine is, but it's just not something that Peps have brought out very often. They've played it, but it's Leaf who's been the one who plays it, and Leaf was the one on the torch, which was kind of important.
I'm gonna get this down, chat, trust.
For their counter play style to try and just push through these front lines, and then, like you say, in game,
you kids and your dang Knuten.
Damage boost onto torch. We keep reiterating it because it just hurt. It was just so much damage, so much control, so much zoning. The group walls making it incredibly difficult for the team to actually play well together. Even if Supernova wasn't enough, Groot Thornlash walls was just bursting through everything.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why, like, we know a lot more teams have put in, like, a protect on the Loki first. We spoke to Nevix about it, and he was like, if I speak, I'm in big trouble when it comes to, like, revealing their strategies. That might be another reason, right? Because regen domain able to keep people alive, and then you're able to just get a copy onto an opponent's Luna or a Cloak and Dagger. Surely one of those...
Yeah, Loki's a pretty good character.
Copy, so
he's pretty alright.
We got an interview with the man in the sky himself, Smashness. I think if you can hear me, Smashness, my biggest question is, how do people beat you in draft? Because it feels that people haven't got an answer to you. If you ban out the Torch and the Mantis, you just go something else. Like, just tell the other teams, like, how are they able to beat you in draft? Because it doesn't seem to be an answer.
Yeah, well, we're just a really versatile team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't beat versatility.
Draft for every single team we're gonna play against. And yeah, just play everything.
That's Ron Weasley off Broadway.
In game number 2, you guys had maximum control over the objective, but you
it must be so bad to be a redhead boy that looks young. I bet they get that joke all the time.
Revive meta that we have seen creep in from some teams.
Although Ron was probably the coolest character in Harry Potter. I related to Ron, bro.
Why, in your case, you do prefer the Torch?
Well, I think Star-Lord is like a really fake character. I think that character is really, really bad. And
oh,
is really OP. And
that explains why they never pick it without a Morlock. He thinks Star-Lord's bad.
You get so much more control over the map being able to fly permanently. It's really strong.
Yeah. I agree.
Makes sense for sure. I think you had some really good combos as well with the Mantis, right? You just get inspires at the right time.
I was wondering about that. I'm glad he asked it.
So it's just an easy target to throw everything you have available at them. What has been like the main focus for you guys going in from Sunday, where you topped your group with a nice series against Berber Patapim, to today to playoffs? Like, you don't need to reveal too much, but I imagine with a team like Z10 that you guys aren't getting complacent. You want to be the top dogs in EMEA, or at least in that discussion. But what do you focus on, like, other than preparation against other teams?
Thank you, BrewQuest. How are you on the YouTube stream?
We wanted to make sure we were actually like ready for these two matches. So we took one day off, and then we were back on the grind again, coming up on the drafts, figuring out what we want to play against the different teams. And as you can see, it's working pretty well so far.
So I guess we should ask about the different teams. Your next matchup will be against either Rad Esports or All Business. Do you have a preference, and would you like to explain why if you do?
Well, we would prefer playing against All Business. We've already shown that we can win against them pretty clearly with a 2-0 and a 3-0 in the past.
I've heard Virtus Pro is really good, but I haven't seen them play yet.
It would be a fun match.
What's up, Brian?
Lastly,
Thanks for adding engagement.
Last week against Berber Patapim was like a really good showing from you individually. We had a lot of focus on Knuten because he's like, the personality of the team. He seems to be the face of it. Had stuff like the Iron Man, like 4K, 5K that he got the other day too. But I think that like you were forced off the torch a lot. Like we saw Berber Patapim first banning torch to get you away from it. Yet you showed up on Punisher. You showed up on Namor. I guess realistically, it's like, you're showing, what was that like? Because it felt like you had a lot of comfort on the roles that you were playing prior to that final, but then you were the target. Like, was it a bit stressful to have to move on to other characters, or were you just like, I'm versatile enough to move on to whatever?
For that specific match, we weren't really prepared to play other stuff. We got really caught off guard by Patapim in our first match. But then we came back to the drafting board. We figured out, okay, what can we play to counter them? And yeah, I've just been practicing. I can play most of the heroes in the game.
Yeah, I think you should be able to.
If you have any,
I think you should constantly be checking out different characters in Marvel Rivals. I think you should have at least 4 or 5 deep.
Really good.
Thank you very much, Smash, for jumping in with us today.
There's so many like hard counters.
Go back to celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
Well, Ryan.
Who's gonna be on top next? I don't know, actually. This is my first time casting Middle Eastern Africa, which is the entire region. So I am learning. For America, I can definitely like probably guess reliably who's gonna win. But this is my first time watching these guys.
A little bit in favor of Rad, but All Business have shown they have the chances for upsets here.
Yeah, I mean, I think All Business have a lot to show, but I think just final.
So today we're learning who they all are.
There's a lot of like, the irony of being a team called Zero Tenacity, how tenacious they are to just get their name out there is just. You talked about Virtus Pro, you talked about Berber Patapim. Z10 deserve to be in that discussion as a potential top team. But as most of you know by now, if you don't,
I think if you were to ask fans of this region, they'd probably say Virtus Pro or Berber Patapim.
And all of its co-streams across all of the different regions.
They've been competing for a while.
Hours of streams yet to get the Magic Villa Galactic costume. What's wrong with you? There's been so much good stuff, but you have playoffs happening in EMEA, in Asia, which is happening in the morning. So
that's right, chat. You get the skin for free for watching my stream.
Americas. And then we've got
over on Twitch.
And all of your favorite
oh boy.
So all of the good stuff.
That Nemesis reverse sweep the other day was awesome. See, dude, it so was.
Make sure that you've got all of your stuff connected so you can get those goodies in game.
I am so excited for a LAN where all the teams come together. I love when different regions collide.
How tenacious they are, and that's about putting in the time. They put in the time to practice. You guys just get to watch. You get to watch some of the best Rivals esports around, and you get free stuff for it. What more could you ask? I can tell you what more you could ask. Another game, and we will be coming back with Rad Esports versus All Business after this short break.
Okay. Someone tried to ban Force Ratchets the other day in a match. I forget which one it was. And I was like, dude, this is gonna be so sick, and I wound up being whatever. Here's what it comes down to, and this is gonna be a hot take. Strategists in general are OP in this game. Sure, some are more OP than others, but they legitimately just work in most scenarios. They're so overtuned, bro. They just all require different ways to handle them. Luna Snow's like a long, drawn-out fight. Raccoon needs, you need to focus fire and need to like be able to get him quick. If you can't get him quick, you have to back up and reassess. You have to kill his ultimate. Adam Warlock has like no mobility, so you need to try and box him into a corner. Loki, busted AF. Luna Snow, busted AF. Sue Storm, busted AF. Mantis is probably legitimately the weakest support. If you had a solo support with a Mantis, I would be like, life sucks. But every other one, you can kind of make work. And I'm sure that's probably why they only gave them 4 bans, because there's what, 6, 7 supports now? So you can't just get rid of them all. Okay, we have Rad versus All Business next. I know nothing about Rad. Let's look them up real quick, bro. Okay. What does this mean? I reached out to Dogman. He was like, next week I'm down, let's do it. And I said, okay, what day works for you? I'm going to be broadcasting every game I can in EMEA in America. I assume you want to get together on your day off, so just let me know. And he wrote, Roger, we vibing right now, but I'll let you know, boss. Appreciate the reach out. What does that mean? What does that mean, chat? How do I interpret that? Does that mean just chill until I message you? Is that what that means? That's what it sounds like. I'm busy, I don't want to decide right now. That's what it sounds like. Alright. Sounds good, man. Okay. Let me look up real fast where Team Rad and them were last week in group stages. Okay, so Team Rad and All Business. Team Rad is from Group B, and All Business was from Group A. All Business went 6 and 7, -1 overall. Rad went +3, so they were the number 2 team, number 3 team. However, it looks like All Business, despite having a negative win rate, they did get 13 games in, right? Compared to 14 and 14. So it looks like they were close matches in general. And those are teams that you have to be scared of, right? Teams that get close but can't quite close the cigar usually have a ramp-up period at some point. Rad actually upset VP in the upper brackets as well? Oh, good to know. Thank you for the info. Cool. So Rad and All Business seem like they're on the bubble teams. Is that what we're looking at right here? Is that a fair assessment? From like quick stats and quick numbers, which you can't read everything from it, but that's what I would assume would be the case. VP whooped them on the rematch, though. You hate being whooped. You do. Just not a fan of the whooping. Reminds me of my childhood. Pass. Bro, last night, chat, I played a bunch of Honda games off stream. It was nutty. Literally, every single game was a one and done. I think I offered to play a custom match like twice, and the rest were just everyone one and dunning me. Win or lose, they just one and done me. It was like 12 games in a row of one and dones. Diamond Honda, bro. People do not like modern Honda. To be fair, if you watch the replays, I had some really clutch endings. I started off really rough. I think I was like 0 and 3, and then I just started like really locking in. And I had a really sick one where like I chipped somebody out into burnout, and I drive rushed them, and they went to go for a invincible DP, and then I switched into a react, special one, and I got the kill on him. And they insta-quit out. It was sick, bro. Dry rush into special one. That's the hot. You got 11 on the top teams are pretty competitive. Yeah, so from my understanding, EMEA, however it's said, they seem to have a top-heavy group where they have 3 or 4 really good teams, and then the rest seem to have a big difference. It's what I'm heard. I'm assessing that right now. And in North America, they're actually kind of all at the same level, except for a couple of like focuses. There's some meta that's like focused on for like 100 Thieves. I think FlyQuest is probably the best drafters. You kind of learn stuff from there, right?
First time, Sparks are definitely flying texture. And
Oh yeah, give me that robo voice. Let's go. Let's not go? Excuse me? What just happened? Internet died? Internet died. Well, we got the clean broadcast. Let's go! No sound? This... Oh, he asked 2 hours ago. Rip? Rip? We got it, chat. Don't worry, I got you. Bum 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 bum. Probably starting the stream. Rest in peace, casters! Rest in peace! Just okay. Is there any data available on the Pix bands? At the very beginning of the stream, they showcased a lot of the bands. Change the stream title to Ignite Refugees Get In Here. I would post my stream, but I don't want to get banned. Someone else can post it. You guys can take that risk for me. Should I do dubbing? Well, you see, one team is gonna one team, and the other team is gonna the other team. Yeah, I don't know any of these players, bro. But I do love the name of Level 1 Crook. What a name, dude. Yeah, what do you want to be in esports? What do you want people to know you for? What do you want to build a legacy on? Well, you see, guys, I'm a Level 1 Crook. I'm not the Penguin. I work for the Penguin. Oh, young Groot. Dude, a lot of Groot in these highlights, actually. EU seems to really enjoy Groot. I mean, his ult's like pretty good wombo combo, right? For sure. I feel like these highlights are random. Interesting. I didn't really see anything teamworky there. But I got you. You know, they need to stop letting people highlight Black Widow as their caster roster, okay? In my opinion, unless you play Black Widow in a real match, you can't do this, okay? Stop playing with my heart. I want my Black Widow pick. How often teams protected Emma Frost? Yep. Here's some stats for you, BrewQuest. Maybe they look like that in real life. Maybe. When's that Scarlet Witch coming out? Dude, my game in the other day in ranked when I played Scarlet Witch, I don't know if I was just rusty on her, but she felt awful, bro. That was the first time that I was like, dude, I can't make this character work. Leaning into the Gooner life. That should be what it's up here. Wait, they actually wrote Mommy's Boys. What the... What? can't believe they actually wrote that. That's crazy. Yeah. Again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think after you lose 2 people against Bucky, there's no point in trying to run. Just let him have all the kills. Okay, so this team clearly loves the Bucky reset life. Again! Alright. Facts have been heard. Again! Armed and dangerous. Dude, if they ever add another reset character to the game, I fear it's going to be so toxic to play against. Can't hear the host. This is the co-stream stream. We cast off of it. So audio isn't played. But welcome, peeps. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Can't hear the host. Is this back yet? Is it? There we
it's
go.
Quite a lot. I actually just want to see the list real quick to see if there's any others. Not really, surprisingly. I guess Torch 4 times, but other stuff is.
You hate it when it crashes,
Magneto,
bro.
Luna, Loki. But it's the fact that out of all of those characters, Tuzi's at the top with people banning out the Psylocke against him. So it makes sense. But now you know how flexible he is, but also how much these characters can be enabled by the damage boost from Terra Cape and Inspire and from the Aura from Storm or various ultimates. What on earth can you do? You saw just how much it was difficulty for Peps to shut down Smashnez. Now it's a case of Tuzi up against the likes of Melio and Naga to an extent. Who's going to have the freedom to go on and do the damage?
All right.
We will be finding out.
Draft time, baby. Let's jump into it, chat. All Business versus Rad. My first time seeing these two teams play out. We did get a little highlight trailer, which looked like a lot of Groot and Bucky combinations for All Business in particular. And it seems that they are the #1 banners of Emma Frost. They are not, as the graphic said, mommy's boys. I can't believe they actually wrote that. That's wild, dude. That's wild. Emma Frost will be protected. Magneto banned out for both here. Magneto seems to be a heavy ban for a lot of teams in EMEA, which is a big difference between America already, right? But the reason why is it seems like EMEA really appreciates Cloak and Dagger. They love their Cloak and Dagger, and Magneto is just straight up a hard counter to it when he has his ultimate. Because it's pretty easy for him to land his ultimate on top of a Cloak and Dagger. And how it's played here in this region is Cloak and Dagger will pop her ultimate, dash forward, go straight to the back line, and then go into cloak form and start going for hard DPS on their supports. And so you nullify that completely if Magneto's available. So you will see a lot of bans on Magneto over Emma Frost in this ELO or region, which is so fascinating to me. Speaking of fascinating, Rad. Can they play Emma Frost here? I'm reading this correctly, right? All Business is on the top, Rad's on the bottom. I believe so. There's the Emma Frost ban. Okay, so Rad is banning out Emma Frost, and they protected Emma Frost. Got it. So All Business will not be able to pick that up at all. They actually elected to choose to protect Captain America, and Captain America is the other tank that I was talking about that can pair well with Psylocke. Usually we've been seeing a lot of Hulk, but Captain America is more independent. Hulk is more mobility based, which is fascinating because like Captain America has mobility, but Hulk is always jumping around, trying to land the perfect environment. Ban on Captain America. Interesting. So Emma Frost and Punisher, which are probably some of the highest value meta characters you can have in Marvel Rivals, has been chosen for Rad, whereas All Business is looking to actually play Captain America here. Interesting. I wonder how long that's going to be around. Because I'm looking at the team for Rad that they're currently they're hovering, and everyone can handle Captain America pretty well. They have escapes. Hook and Dagger can iframe, can actually trade out decent damage if not being focused. Suit Storm has a pushback mechanic, a double jump, can go invisible. All things they can kind of have, right? What happens if a ban Captain America and the other team protected Captain America? Protecting Captain America means the other team can't ban it. They want to make sure that they can have it, no matter what. It stops the other team from banning it. So they said the other team gets no Captain America, and we ensure we get Captain America. They believe in Captain America that much, but they're willing to put 2 picks on it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
2.
1.
Here we go.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
So All Business has their Captain America here. No high ground being forced right now. Tootsie goes to the high ground. There we go. Typically you want to get your Punisher up there. Wow, they instantly deleted that Punisher turret. All Business was like, nah, you don't set that up, bruh. Not on our watch. You see how teams just kind of put damage on Captain America but don't chase him? There's no point. Ooh, nice snipe there on Psylocke. Tootsie going down. Rad should be able to push up here on the angle now. As long as Punisher isn't getting free headshots on you, you're going to be able to easily take them over, and they do just that. In fact, they find a pick on Punisher once again, and 2. They are chasing them back all the way to their main objective. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Okay. This looks like a quick match game. Oh my god. Fully trying to lock them down into a corner. Dr. Strange not using his portal yet. Didn't really want to do it with the opposing team dropping fire on him, right? Looks like they back away pretty soundly. 30% on the objective. It's so fascinating to me how this Punisher is just out in the open. Oh my gosh, the double Punisher ult. Who will get the elite? Oh my gosh, Melio goes down for Rad. Slopo able to start cleaning up. And just like that, you can type in all chat Punisher diff. 2-for-1 trade. Slopo gets picked off. Here comes Psylocke here, as Alligator is going to try and drop down some decent damage on them. Will be able to do some damage on the front line, but not really get any picks. Don't worry though, Tutu's got it. As Tutu comes in, finds a full combo, and All Business finally takes the objective. 66% going over to Rad. I can't get a feel for what both teams are trying to play with their compositions. Like, I can speak for what you can do with them, but what's happening here is it seems like the supports are playing pretty safe. Portal, or not Portal, Shield are being dropped down by Doctor Strange, and then they're just trying to out DPS diff with the Punisher. Here comes an ult. Right out of the corner. Cloak and Dagger was way too late, but Luna Snow's got the heal, so it's not a big deal. Cloak and Dagger was going to try to go into the cloak form and then go into the iframe, but was just late on the timing. Rojaro is able to chase down the opponent and get straight on top of Slopo again as he gets picked off. Rad just seems to be fighting differently, man. They're hitting their shots, right? Okay, portal time. Maybe a bit early on this portal. Grab the high ground, though. Good. Agamotto from the ground! Nice job, Rojaro. That was sick. Slopo gets picked off, but so does Crook. So Rad's down to one healer at the moment. The heals are coming out as Cloak and Dagger does pop down the carpet. Tuzi, meanwhile, goes to chase for Fate. Fate getting low on HP, trying to escape. Tuzi's gonna fall down. Alligator on the high ground here has the ultimate. Dance of the Butterflies is available. Can use it if they need to secure this. And it looks like they don't even need it. Rajaro making a massive play there. The portal went down from All Business to try and come in for the back door. Rad just went up and dropped a 5-man interruption, which allowed for All Business to not do anything for about 3 or 4 seconds. And Rad was able to get some pre-fires done, and that allowed them to get a couple of kills and then snowball from there. Honestly, I don't think Rad's doing anything impressive right now. They're just hitting their shots. Punisher diff could be called, but I think that's not really a symptom of Sloppo or Melio even. It's just that the plan is clearly get rid of the Punisher, and Rad was able to get the advantage one more time over Sloppo, right? We'll see how it goes into game number 2. I'm hoping game 2 or the second map will be a little bit more electric in strategy. Honestly, like I'm just like unimpressed, if that's the word I'm looking for, of what I just saw in game 1 between both teams. It didn't feel like anyone was kind of forcing mistakes or anything. It was just kind of, hey, we got to pick, go again. There's a portal. Find a pick on Tuzi. Dance to the Butterflies, looking for anyone. Captain America low on HP. They wind up finding Sloppo once again. And Rad just seems to be a little bit more alert. Able to grab the objective. Alligator already setting up for the off angle here. Wants to start poking. If they can find a commit and get a pick on support, they would love that. That's the pie in the sky strategy there. Look at that. Just poking. Look at that. And it just slows down this movement. You see how everyone is like slowly fading through? Alligator going for Tuzi. Oversteps. Teammates were there to help out. Here goes Sloppo, dropping down the ultimate. On top of a Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Trying to win the trade against the other Punisher. And it does work out here. Melio gets picked off. And Sloppo should be able to clean up from here. Trying to kite away. Puts down his turret for a little bit more HP just to sustain. Spinning in a circle here while getting the heals from his teammates. 2-2 comes forward, gets the eye of Agamotto. All they're trying to do is get Rad off the point. They're gonna have to use a few ultimates to do it, but it should be enough. Tuzi finding a couple of picks, and there we go. All Business suddenly back on the board. Pretty well done. Yeah, it seems like All Business is like, all right, here's how we win this. We gotta kill the Punisher. We kill the Punisher, we're good to go. All of their resources are being dumped into taking out Melio. They haven't had the best trades, but when they do get it to work out for them, you can see them setting up on the points. Rajaro just running forward. Full Fate in his teammates. Purge the darkness. Ooh, Captain America on the back line, but he gets picked off. Welsh now down. Rad did lose 2 in exchange, though. Melio and Fate, they just respawned. Tuzi able to push them back, and All Business holds. The Punisher can just walk through this, dude. Look at this. What a counter ultimate from Sloppo. As long as you have a healer alive, you don't have to worry about Emma Frost damage or her putting a diamond on you, and you can't be CC'd when you're ultimate as a Punisher, so you're able just to stare down the point and take him out. %. Rad just locked down. They do have 4 ultimates. Dance the Butterflies here on the back line, coming in from All Business. Tuzi not able to find too much. Alligator did get picked off, and there we go. Now they're finding some pickoffs. Melio gets destroyed once again. What is Megalodon doing? Oh my god, nice! Megalodon just straight up stared that down, but 2-2 already has an advantage in this fight because 2 people on his team have already been picked off. I think we're going to have an overtime. Yes, we do. Just barely there. Crook leading the charge with the Luna Snow ultimate, but the time is starting to tick. Melio has an ultimate, but he's hiding in the corner waiting for his teammates and trying to come in afterwards and trying to get a pick himself. Rad trying to contest, but it's looking good for All Business. There goes Emma Frost. There goes Raharo. And All Business, once they got the objective, man, they did not relent it. We're all tied up 1-1. And you have to wonder, does it come down to Punisher ego here? Do you stay on the Punisher and try to continue getting the change? You know, the 50-50 flip of will I get the pick or no? Or do you switch it up? So far, Melio does have his ultimate still. He actually kind of hung back when the team engaged, which we saw earlier, which was surprising. I think he may have made the decision, all right, we're not going to win this. I'm going to save my ultimate. And Rad tried to step forward. If they could have found a pick, maybe he could have popped his ultimate afterwards and continued the onslaught, but that is not what happened at all. Emma Frost seems like a must ban. In North America, she is a must ban. Not so much in EMEA. They think Magneto's a ban. But I think it comes down because they value Cloak and Dagger heavily.
The battle starts in 5.
And that's why these type of tournaments are so interesting. You can see the difference between regions, and then when we get to the finals, watch as they collide together, right?
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Bum, bum, ba-dum. Toot Toot coming in with a portal. Can't believe I'm saying Toot Toot. Okay, Punisher doesn't really do too much. A little bit of softening up. Melio using his ult now. They want to try and grab the objective early. And this is why Melio saved his ultimate. In their mind, they're like, all right, we're going to get 1-2 kills, then we're going to take the objective. And they do it easily. Look at that.
To the mission area.
I would love to have someone break down in an Excel sheet. I don't know if anyone watches me that records this stuff, but by the off chance that they do, I want to know how many games are lost after the first point is grabbed by a team. How highly of a statistic is it if you grab the point first that you're going to win that map? Like, just pulling a random number out of my butt, it's gotta be like 60 to 70%. It's very common. Usually the win condition is to get into overtime and then wipe them and then hold it back yourself. All Business continues to hold the high ground. This seems to be a major strategy here. Everyone in EMEA loves this setup. Honestly, if they love the setup so much, I wouldn't mind a Squirrel Girl being mixed in. Squirrel Girl would be so good in this environment. Eye of Agamotto comes out. I don't think it hit anybody, actually. Line of sight was a bit too strong. Fate goes in the bottom line, continues to get the heals. Coming out for some damage, trying to help out their teammates. Love seeing Captain America just getting in there. He can do this all day, no problem. There's a two-man ult coming in from Rad as Zajario will find two, and then a third. And they get the cleanups. Tuesday should just die here. Don't stagger. There it is. 52% to 22% right now. Adjustment coming in from Alligator as he switches into the Wolverine. There he is on the side, and he's watching that right side, using that third-person advantage. For those that don't know what that means, third-person advantage means that if you put your body behind, you still have the camera control, where you can use that camera control to check around. This is something that you should always be working into any game that you play as third-person. It's the advantage of playing third-person. Wall hugging pretty OP. Slowpo comes out, and Rad is just forced to retreat, man. They scurry right. Rats. They just run into the corner here. They lost for Jaro. I like running, though. Running is a very valid strategy. Crook gets picked off, though, and that means they're going to have to stagger for, what, 8 more seconds? And time is starting to become an issue here. All Business at 70%. They are 2 ultimates away on their tanks, but their support ults are a little lingering behind. Loki should be able to farm that out, though, pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Rad has 2 ultimates. They need to consider breaking here soon. Alligator comes in for a pick. Gets Captain America, gets him low on HP. He should be able to get out of there. Alligator gets back up, but Melio comes down with the Punisher ultimate. He's just trying to find a pick or 2. He finds 1, he finds 2, he finds 3. All Business tries to delay as much as they can, but the objective finally goes over to Rad, and now it's all about how does Rad contain them. Alligator has his passive back up on Wolverine, so he can take lethal damage and he'll get his little shield up. Oh, look at this. Toot looking for someone to pick. Portal goes down, and they commit. Emma Frost drops down, drops her ultimate, tries to scream at anyone at the portal. If she can get one to come down the low ground, she can do a lot of damage for the team. Rad, however, has to deal with the Tuzi. He's currently on the back line with Psylocke, and he is just cooking right now. 3 kills, 4 kills occurring.
Wow, 4 in a row.
And while the objective was grabbed by Rad, all business is at 95%, and I'm pretty sure they have this locked in. Melio trying to go for a portal. Can he get here in time? He cannot. Just a hair too late. And all business is going to go up 1-0 over Rad. I think you can kind of tell these are the middle of the pack, right? You can kind of see it. Like, they're good mechanically, but I don't think they have a team identity yet. Like, that's what I would probably say casting wise. Yeah, they're good mechanically, but they don't have a team identity. I don't get a sense for what they're doing as a team. They're just kind of just doing, you know? But it's only one game. Can't judge too hard. We might see more in the future. Let's see what that commentator said. Let's hear it.
Round that we saw Team Rad losing members on the way to objectives, and that's when All Business were able to hold the point for longer periods of time because they forced more regroups.
That's pretty much it, down to a T. It was that first fight that we just saw then that really enabled Rad to snowball the first point over on Hell's Heaven. But All Business, as you correctly sort of point out, Tetra, I thought that they really put their stuff together, that they knew exactly what they wanted to be doing in team fights, the coordination a lot stronger, and a very different approach. Even just looking at the draft again, that you've got the likes of Torch being second banned out on the side of All Business. You've got them protecting Psylocke first and then Cap, so you're not playing neither of the scary Vanguard line of Emma Frost or Magneto. But there, you could just see exactly why Welshmania has the freedom to just be an absolute harasser over on the Captain America, and Toot having enough shields to just keep people by when you're going up against like final judgments from Melio.
Very nicely done. Toot, like you said, they are this team, All Business, they actually swap who plays the dive character depending on which one they need, and that just is such a testament to how good these Vanguards are. If it's a Venom, you want Toot, but they can also Magneto, so can Welshmania. But if it's Cap, it's all about Welshmania being able to run into that backline, and just being able to adjust like that gives them so much freedom. And you mentioned it way earlier in the fight. This low-key,
did you guys feel like Captain America did anything, though? I didn't think it did anything.
Yeah, and when it's not something
it's kind of just there
at all as a protect, or it just made it free for Zenost. And like we sort of mentioned in the pre-show, this is a team that has been doing a couple of instances of first picking the Loki, first protecting it instead of the Psylocke. So really, if you're Rad, you should have seen that coming a bit more, I think. And that could cost you, potentially, if you kept letting that go for the next couple of maps.
They attempted to just play a style that can just try and focus down the lanterns, but with the protection that was offered from that Doctor Strange. Again, a huge shout out to Toot, who all that pressure was on their back to just try and stand in front of Slowpoke in particular, and in front of Zenos to keep that Sephiroth barrier up, to try and protect the lanterns so that they could get their own final judgments off. Will lessons be learned, or are they just going to commit and adjust the play style? We're going to be heading into map number 2 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Can we have a TrikSlyr on streaming line with the casters? I want you to feel like you're there with them. Nah, man. Nah. If they want me there with them, they need to invite me to the tournament to cast, bro. I am going to do my next game with a camera on, to see if people like the camera on or not. I got you. And then we can decide whether or not I should cast the camera on. I think it's too busy, honestly. I think it's better to focus on the players, but... Also, when I'm casting, bro, I'm full chill, dude. I got my hand down my pants. I got one arm on top of my head. I'm chilling, bro. I'm full vibing. If I could have a beanbag chair right now, I'd be in. Wait, is this a new Thor skin? Bro, I just bought a skin. Are you kidding me? Bro! Bro! I just bought that skin. I'm so tilted. I should have held off. You bought the flathead one? I liked it, okay? I think it's nice. I think it's a nice skin, bruh. I think it's alright. I think it's hard chilling, bruh. Alright. I gave Dogman a thumbs up back, chat. I said, alright. Thumbs up. I offered my service. You can always cam during breaks for commentary. Oh my god. Oh, I just don't want to cam ever! I think the cam should die. Die. Do you think in a few years we'll hear about how Marvel Rivals set really unrealistic body standards? That's kind of been the thing about superheroes in general. They just, one of the appeals of superheroes is they're just like peak physical position or peak peak physical condition. There we go, nailed it. Like they've always been attractive. So, like, I don't think that conversation will go anywhere. What I do think is a fair conversation for people to talk about right now, though, is, one, where is my resolution? What the hell? Two, I do think they need to have sexier men costumes in this game. Because every goddamn girl character has their ass hanging out. And there are some good guy ones overall, but the difference in numbers is ridiculous. Alright? They should have had Wolverine fully naked. Or in a thong. For his X costume, okay? I'm all about equality. There's like 3 or 4 skins where they're like showing nips for men, and there's like 30 women costume. With butts hanging out. I mean, Emma Frost, her costume just like literally like exposes her entire midriff. It's wild. Banana hammock. I know, that's what I'm saying, bro. Where is my underwear Spider-Man skin from Marvel Spider-Man on PS5? I agree, Groot needs to show more wood. See? There we go. Start the movement, man. Start it. Get us in there. Thank you, Xerix, for your contribution. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2. We are heading into Convergence for Hall of Jajala. We have All Business versus Rad. I was talking a little bit about it. In case you're not watching the live stream in between matches. I feel like both these teams don't really have an identity yet, right? Like, they're skilled players individually, and they are kind of just going through basic strategy pretty well, but I don't know who they are as teams. Now, to be fair, I've only seen one match, and one match is a very small sample size. And then I listened to the casters as well, and I don't really feel like I gained anything from them in terms of like understanding what these teams do well. So we'll see how it folds as we continue going forward. But right now, you can kind of tell they're middle of the pack. And what I would tell them, if they do continue to remain middle of the pack, is like find something that you guys really love doing in the game and expand upon that. Do you love playing defensive? Do you love playing offensive? Do you love like doing little flanks? Do you love the idea of like having 3 people on your team be the main stars and the other 3 are just a good anchor? You know, figure that out. Discuss that and then amplify it through your team picks, your bans, run it down like crazy, limit tests, figure out who you guys are as a team of 6. For both teams, but we'll see. Some would say that 1 is a small sample size. Some would say that. And I would probably agree with them. Now, we are getting a bit of adjustment in our draft. All Business is going to go ahead and ban out Captain America for the opposing team. Rad will enter back with a Punisher ban. And to be fair, it did seem like the Punisher was a centerpiece for both teams in the last game, the idea was like, hey guys, let's try and get picks off ults. And it wound out working more for All Business than it did Rad, and Rad is electing to not have to deal with that type of style once again. All Biz is a Psylocke team. I would argue I didn't feel like they were enabling the Psylocke. Was their Psylocke good? Yes. Were they setting up for the Psylocke to pop off? I've seen better. And maybe that could have been, you know, the observating. Maybe I missed out a couple of things that were more important. I know I saw Psylocke clean up a couple of kills overall, but I don't see the coordination to make Psylocke that much better.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
But who knows? I could be wrong. You know, I'm not always right. I'm just right like 100% of the time, usually. The rest of percent I miss, occasionally. Ultron, Loki, and Mantis will be picked up. Looking like we're going to run our triple support. Interesting triple support combination. Typically, you want to do a Luna Snow or a Cloak and Dagger. So you have a Loki clone and also a little bit more consistent healing. So it's kind of curious that we're not getting that in this setup. It could change, of course, later on. I know North America in particular likes to hover a lot of weird characters at the start just to, like, show that they have them. Like all of us. They're human too or something. I don't know. And then, of course, there are other elements of like getting the armor and the move speed for Jeff. Things that you can do pre-lobby to get a little bit stronger. Or I have noticed that a lot of Lokis in Europe seem to enjoy the idea of stealing ultimates. So perhaps they're banking on an opposing team having Luna Snow or Cloak and Dagger and using their ultimates in fights. Tuesday was locked in. I agree, Exile. I agree. I do agree with that sentiment. Okay, here we go. All Business currently up 1-0 over Rad. If they can secure the win right now, they will move forward in the bracket for today's playoffs. Oh my god, do we get Trustman? What is this? We're getting his webcam while he's playing? What the heck? That's cool. I like that, bro. Rad has elected to stay with this type of pressure. Loki, Mantis, and Ultron. I really want to see who Loki's going to try and ult. Right now, Loki is deady, though, as he gets picked off. Tuesday finding a good angle, helping out with the defense here. And Sloppo has actually switched over to Bucky. This is something that we did see a lot from All Business in previous matches in the replays. They ran a lot of Bucky, and they usually grab a Groot to help out with that. Now, that is not the case here, as they still have Welsh and Toot Toot, who are currently playing Magneto and Captain America. This is one of the things that Venom is very good at. Yes, get in the corner, going for the attack, going for headshots. Has an E if he needs to. Just getting a one-on-one with Captain America. That allows for All Business to defend this push coming in from Rad here on the far right. Stun actually connects with Toot here. I believe that was Mantis trying to lock him down. Venom going forward, trying to get the heals at the same time. And Rad is going to try to pull away. Cloak and Dagger ultimate just being annoying. Melee will go ahead and pops his ultimate, and they are now starting to charge toward the opposing defensive spot, and it's going to be all ultimates being popped. 1, 2, and 3 as they are trying to find a takedown on All Business, but All Business is doing a great job of managing their support ults. Luna Snow providing the heal. That will be expiring in a couple of seconds, and here's where Rajaro can make a real impact. Finding a hit on top of the Cloak and Dagger, and they do punish the ultimates well enough to be able to move forward, and Rab will grab the first objective. That's a long fight, dude. Did anyone see who Loki cloned? I want to know who... Oh, okay, he hasn't cloned yet. So let's see here. Loki still has his ult. Venom should be holding down because he has it. Fate goes for the ultimate here, and it's going to be Cloak and Dagger. So yeah, their goal is to take the opposing team's support ult and use it to their advantage. There is room for error because Loki ult can be a little weird to activate in an actual game itself, but Fate is able to land it, and they easily clean up All Business. Look at that. Good night, Def Danny. Thanks for hanging. Enjoy the games. Enjoy your slumber, bruh. What an interesting idea for supports. Let's run all the damage supports. Loki, Mantis, and Ultron. And then we'll just have Loki steal the support ults. No problem. God, I love a good Venom player. I love it. Backline has some pressure. Captain America trying to slow it down. He dashes away, gets a health pack, but Melio is able to chase him down. Nice shot at the last second. All business is stuck here. They can't get out. Look at this. They need somebody that can get rid of this flyer, dude. There's 2 flyers, and they have yet to switch over to Hela. Punisher is banned out. Or even Bucky would be good here. Sloppo instead goes to his own Ultron. They're going to try and answer back with an Ultron. They're now in their own triple support.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Dude, all business is getting ran over. They cannot handle these flyers.
Own gods are far from perfect, sister.
Tuesday on Psylocke should be effective here. But I really question the idea of going for a 3rd healer. Especially when you're getting snowballed at the moment. Final choke point. 3 minutes and a half for Rad. All business did go for a full reset, so Rad is not built up on Rajaro, who's playing Emma Frost. Melio popping the ultimate, trying to find a pick on anyone here. Getting a couple of good splashes. Loki stepping up here, but doesn't quite have an ultimate, so he's gonna play safe.
Friends, gather around. Help, friends.
Crook is just here to deal with the Captain America. Look at this.
Feel better, fight better.
He just is here to stop Captain America from being effective. He provides sleeps, does damage, is just as fast as Captain America when it kicks in. Mantis, for you guys that do not know, if she's gonna take damage for a while, actually gets a movement speed boost and regeneration. So she can put Captain America to sleep and start doing damage. Tuesday went over to Star-Lord, actually. What a good change. There we go, Tuesday. That's what we needed. Finally, to get a flyer, and with the ultimate, is able to pick it off. But can they keep it up for 2.5 minutes? You can usually get one good surprise on a Star-Lord switch, but typically after that, you're not going to get as much value. Now the opposing team knows that you have Star-Lord. If they get through the bubble into E dive from Star-Lord, from there all they have to do is get some damage on him because he is a pretty low HP bar. Extermination! Heals, 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 heals. Cloak and Dagger. Star-Lord going for the chase. He finds another pig. Nice job, Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday dropping his E here. Has to watch out for the Ultron ult. Needs to be up in the air if he can. Is not able to do so. He used all the jetpacks to do that damage originally. And Rad will clean up pretty fast here. 90 seconds left. All business should have one more chance for defense. Rad did use everything except for Mantis ult. And Mantis ult, while nice, isn't really going to like turn the change of battle that much. Sleep comes out. Mantis pops the ultimate and stay away from Captain America. Runs away. Magneto ult comes up. On Loki runes though, so no pick. And Toot is going to fall. And that's going to be followed pretty swiftly here by the supports as well. Close are going to do what they can, but Rad used an easy 3-0.
Score is 0,
Wow.
2, 3. Time to switch
All
things
business did not look ready for double flyers. At all. They didn't make a change until there was like 4 minutes left in the match and they were near the 3rd point. All business needs a change here. If Rad stays with the same composition, I need something different from all business. Okay. Adam Warlock can work. They're going for their own Reza composition. Adam Warlock can be pretty good against flyers too. Should have changed the Iron Fist. Iron Fist actually has been played in America. I don't know if it's been played in Europe. Legitimately, Iron Fist can be a solid pick against flyers, especially ones that have long windups, so Ultron's a prime candidate. I think it can kind of be whatever against Human Torch, but all that being said,
30 seconds
we'll see what they
before
continue
your
to
time.
try to
Get
switch
ready.
into. I'm not very impressed by the Welsh Captain America. No. No way. No. 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 Is he going for the swap tech? No way. No way. So there's actually tech here where you can slide across the map and throw a person off with a pull. It's fast though. Here we go. Did he get it? Oh no! Oh, he's like me for real, dude. He's like me, dude. You know what? Kudos. I would have never tried that in a playoff tournament. Oh my god. And his team still holds the defense, no problem. So, you know, no foul. All is well. Oh, that made my day. Rad is now officially my favorite team. I can't. Oh, that was great. I want to know what the comms were like. What'd he say, dude? Was he like, hey, it didn't work, bruh? Our enemies are here! All business on the offensive here. Trying to build up their ultimates. This is where Captain America can be really good on this map. If you're back here eating the health packs away from your opponent, you kind of wear them down. Sloppo finds a pick on the Wolverine. Ooh, I keep forgetting about Wolverine, man. Wolverine is a great flyer counter as well. All it takes is one pick, right? There it is. Okay, so all business able to get it. Now, will Rad stay on this flyer defense? The option swiftly changes off of that. They actually move into Melio on Doctor Strange. He might switch back to another healer afterwards. Moon, Tuzi is actually getting so much value on that ultimate for Star-Lord. This is not an ultimate that you usually pop off this hard with. Great job by him, dude. I think I figured out the identity of all business. You guys ready for it? The identity is Tuzi. Just let Tuzi carry, bro. Just let him carry. All business does pretty well there. They have 4 minutes on the timer for point 2. Rad is trying to figure out what composition they want to switch into. They have Melio back on Psylocke now. I do wonder if a Thing is going to be a good pick here. I don't know if Rad plays it, but Thing would be great against this werewolf, this Wolverine. That is the second time that I've said werewolf while casting Wolverine. Great grab. Just what the doctor ordered. Tuzi just dancing, man. Just dancing. Not fast enough, though. Taken out quick. With Tuzi down, Rad thinks they have a chance to go for the defense here. Although I don't see them really echoing that sentiment in terms of positioning. They are all behind this wall. They have 3 ultimates. I'm not sure when they're not going to try and run it down here. Great pick on the Human Torch, but Cloak and Dagger is able to ult that. So Alligator will be able to live. Oh, big ult for Wolverine. He's waiting for Luna Snow. If he stays alive here, he's going to ult. We need to be looking at Sloppo. Where's Sloppo at? There it is. I was like, dude, he's gonna rip it quickly here. Ooh, nice grab on the health pack. Wait, this is gonna become a bit of a brawl. 2 minutes left. Alligator dropping ultimates, watching out for these portals. Whose portal is that? I think that was Xenost. Yeah, it was Xenost. He dropped it and switched over to Cloak and Dagger. Okay, so Rad holds just barely. They did have to use every single ultimate they have, so now they're in the middle of trying to farm that up. They need a pick. They need Melio to find a pick right now if they want a chance to stop us here. If not, I think All Business gets this, no problem. They do find the pick. Clauser gets picked off. It did come at the cost of Alligator and Melio. Both DPS is down for Rad. Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Xenos leading the charge. All Business trying to set up. Rajaro getting low on HP. Tanks are down. Venom buying time here. Comes in for an ultimate. Will get a bite on a couple people, which gives him a few more shields. His survivability doing quite well. All Business setting up for it, but there's going to be a heal at the last second from Fate. Can they do it here? 1 minute and counting. All Business goes up with Magneto. Meanwhile, Melio trying to find an ultimate with the Dance of the Butterflies, trying to go for the back line. We'll find a Clauser, we'll find a Zoss as well. Both supports are down for All Business, but Tuzi has had enough. He goes into the sky and goes for his shots. He can't dance enough, and Rad, literally with half a meter on the screen here, is able to defend. 1 minute and counting, and do not forget, All Business has already used their portal. It is off cooldown right now, or on cooldown, excuse me.
30 seconds.
All Business will need to group up with a different composition. They switch to the Hulk right away.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Grab Wolverine as well. They're just going to throw him, yeet him into the field. He had forward, but there's just too many shots coming his way. The counter dive coming in from Mega. I actually kind of love that a lot. When your team has to push forward, go behind them.
10 seconds.
Rajaro here in the front too. Oh my god. Rat coming in with an incredible defense. They're literally fighting them outside of their spawn. Rajaro goes forward, grabs him with the chokehold.
You'll have to
Overtime has connected. Someone was able to sneak on through. I'm not sure who it was. Looks like it was Magneto of all people. Hulk is there as well. Rajaro's going forward. He has no ultimate, so he's just going to try and just get some kind of damage on someone. Jeff the Shark has actually been picked up for All Business. He's one of the fastest swimmers in the game. So he can get there to overtime. But look at these tornadoes from Rad. Just bringing out the DPS, trying to slow them down. Jeff the Shark dancing back and forth, providing the heals. Tuzi's going to have to work a miracle, but here comes Dance of the Butterflies, and there it is. Rad is able to grab the win, and the series will be tied up 1-1. Huh. What a match. What a match. Yeah, you should have Tuzi and All Business starts to struggle a little bit, huh? Just a smidgen. All right, commentators, what do you guys say?
To put out the supernova and keep their teams topped
Let's
up,
hear what
but
you guys
like
say.
said, it's a much closer spawn for the side of Rad, and the second
Rad figured out Invisible Wind to counter Star-Lord. Yeah. Yeah.
inhospitable, and we will see the evening up of
Such a
the
wise
series
choice.
by
Kind of have to dive into it. And the problem with
I mean,
Invisible
you
Woman's
just look at
ultimate
the
is it
damage
also
output,
slows
and
you too when you're
like
center. It's
Torch
so
is
annoying.
36k. You've got Rajaro that's able to do almost 30k is Emma Frost. And that's the character that All Business would comfortably play on, that haven't really bothered with all that much to try to give Tuzi a little bit more comfort over onto the Psylocke. I think here, is that strategy worth dedicating to a third map? Because, I mean, Tuzi looked really good on the Star-Lord. You have that as an option if you need.
At least we're going to a game 3, though.
The Adam with it for a bit, but then swapped off it later on just because they realized that he didn't really need it. He was playing quite safe, and they had the Snowflake and the Ultron drone. Tuzi was pretty well protected.
Well, that's the thing, I guess. It's just like with the Ultron before, how much of a focus, I'm just double checking, how much of a focus have we really seen from All Business so far with it? I don't think that the answer is all too much. I don't think it's the only time that we've seen Slowpoke move over towards the Ultron, but
Definitely seen it.
yeah, it's not something that's like at the top of their wheelhouse. Then maybe they felt that it just wasn't working there, they're just having the Wolverine across, but it felt awkward when you're adjusting over from the Guardians comp to be playing a Wolverine, and then
It heals the team and shields the team and invisibles the team and slows the enemy and gets pro attacks rate and gets the scholarship. It doesn't shield the team, but everything else is true.
The characters need to adjust at the same time too. That's why some of these comps are like very much stuck onto, and they're not swapped over win or loss because of the team ups and the reliability and just the synergy.
And the ice cream machine always works at McDonald's too.
Speaking of
Yeah.
your loss, let's talk about the elephant.
Yeah, it does all that.
He's burdened with glorious purpose and a 2-0 currently as Loki. Whichever team has had him so far has won. The backline flanking that we saw from all
What
this
is Tetra looking at?
shut down by this
He's always looking up here.
We even saw a clone onto Captain America at the end for bonus health. Just whoever you can get at that point.
Well, is he
just to
looking
make
at
sure
a
you've
screen
got
of him?
bodies on the point. But at
If
this
so,
point,
you should put his webcam over
shouldn't you
here.
start adjusting and banning it again. It's crept through because the support priorities have adjusted so
What are you
much,
looking at,
but now it's
Tetcher?
been so impactful twice. We're maybe going to see the banning phase start to adjust.
Yeah, if I was to guess what this third map is going to be, it's probably Yggdrasil, because it's 4 picks that we've actually seen come out from All Business. But who knows? There's clearly some twists and turns to keep an eye out for. But before we potentially go to Yggdrasil, quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Nice. Ooh. Oh my god, there's gonna be 4 North American matches tonight too, chat. Bro, I might actually take a break after this cast and come back for night stream for that.
Struck down by living cheek.
I don't have the stamina I used to have, chat. My god. Remember when I used to be able to stream 14 hours a day? No problem. Bro, I cast for like 4 or 5 hours and I'm like, I'm tired. I don't know if it's a healthy balance or if I'm just old. There's a spider on the wall. Don't forget about the Capcom RC showcase. It's at 6 p.m. though, our time, which is in the middle of our Marvel Rivals cast. So I don't know how to handle that. I might watch it after. Or tomorrow morning. What was the Wukong bounty you were talking about? Yeah, it was a Wukong bounty to try a different mode or whatever on Twitch, but I have to play for 2 hours at least for it. Being a relic of a bygone era? I am not a relic. You guys are toxic. Millennials aren't relics yet. We got like 10 more years until we're relics. At least. Minimum. What's up, Sir Dom? How are you? Yeah, all this Marvel Rivals content, whew, it's kind of slowing me down on my other content, man. I still want to play through Altars. I want to get into Wind Waker. I got some Sekiro I want to play. I also want to play PUBG. I also want to play Rematch. I occasionally want to play Marvel Rivals. And then I have friends occasionally that want to play games. It's hard out here, dude. If there is cloning technology, I need to clone myself. My god. Rematch kind of been fun. I love Rematch. I'm hoping that people will enjoy watching on YouTube. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I uploaded it. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-ba-bum-bum. You need altars of yourself. I do. Tough being so popular. I wouldn't say popular. I just overchew on work. And I just like too many video games. Because I also have Engage, who wants to run weekly tournaments every Friday. They want me to cast Marvel Rivals, but like it's like literally in the middle of Marvel Rivals Ignite, and I'm like, man, like I want to cast, but like if I'm gonna cast something, I'm gonna cast what's the more popular content right now, right?
Yggdrasil Path was going to be the area that All Business want to finish this series.
They're doing
on,
awesome
like
stuff,
I
but it's just like it's in the
I
middle
think
of Marvel Rivals
sometimes
Ignite.
Spider Islands is actually going to be the map of choice for this final one, which if it wasn't Central Park that was the least played so far, it probably was Spider Islands, which I think has just come out once so far, Tetcher.
It's
Weird.
definitely not been played
Spider
a lot.
Island's
We
played a
can
lot
see
in America.
So rarely, the only thing that's been played less are the maps that aren't in the pool right now. They're just
Interesting.
not appearing, but some of the teams, when they decide it's time to take people off comforts, a good way to do that is to scrim maps that aren't being played, force people out of their comfort zone. You can build strategies based around the map themselves. This map, for example, has some lovely verticality where you can just get some great Punisher positionings to make it a lot very hard for your opponents to push in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw certainly some interesting moments from Insomnia when they played this map. I think up against Peps, the Spider Islands, like Giga overtime right at the end. Neither of these teams playing it so far means it's a little bit of a question mark in which way it's going to go. But kind of like we spoke about before the break, Tetcher, I think the draft, I want to be a little less silly from both sides.
What?
Now's the time to rein it in, to just make
A
sure
little
you
less
ban out
silly?
the
What? Okay, I'm gonna mute that. What is silly about the draft? Welcome to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Rad and All Business all tied up 1-1. It felt like Rad had a double flyer strategy, and we did have All Business getting to a point in round 2 where they were able to start locking it down, but it was just a little bit too late. Also, one thing is we're starting to really get an understanding for what each team is doing well, and I would say that All Business seems to be really building around this idea of letting Welsh Mania be aggressive and kind of do his own thing, and then Tuesday comes in and cleans it up. And I will be quite frank with you, I felt like Tuesday was able to find situations and where his ultimates or his engages were willing and happened to be more effective than what I would assume would occur against a better team. Now, that could just be a Tuesday diff, right? Some people are just that talented at finding the windows or their team do build into it. But I think a part of the reason why we see why All Business kind of middle of the pack, when I went and looked earlier, they were 6 and 7 in all their matches. It goes to show that they haven't really honed in fully on what they can do, or other people aren't stepping up in their team. And I would love to see that here in this best of 3. And again, I'm making general accusations right now. This is just like commentary experience from what I've seen in the past from teams that are middling and whatnot. Typically, you can start to find those points or those like little kinks that need to be resolved after watching a few of their matches. And I'm starting to think that's the vibe that I'm getting from both of these teams. Now, if you look over to Rad right now, let's see how they are looking to change up this situation. They've actually banned out the Wolverine, which Wolverine is going to be a character that if you're in a one-on-one tie, I probably want to waste one of my bans on him. He's just so game defining. It also kind of indicates that Rad was like, all right, you guys kind of figured out how to shut down our double flyers with Wolverine. We might want to ban a Punisher here for our final ban, and then if we do that, we can still play double flyers. So let's see if they're going to do just that, or if I'm completely off base. Protection comes in first. All Business might want to protect the Punisher here. Straight up. We'll see. They're thinking. They decide to go for the Captain America. So they seem really tethered to this Captain America for Welsh Mania. I'm not sure if it's just like something he's really comfortable on, or they feel like the pressure is very helpful. Personally, I haven't fully seen it. And then All Business will not be able to play Loki as Rad actually bans that out. So Punisher is up to play for both teams this round. So Flyer, double flyer will definitely fall in value for Rad. Whereas All Business, yeah, they immediately pick up their DPSs. They got Sloppo on Punisher, and they got Tuesday on Psylocke, where he has been pretty devastating so far. Straight up. What's up, Lag Knight? Melio does lock in the Ultron, so we will have our triple support. Crook is going to be getting off that Rocket Raccoon later on, and Alligator is still hovering over the Wolverine. I do think if you are on attack in the early game, Wolverine is fantastic on this map. There's a lot of nook and crannies that you can pick up people and put them into the corner. It also allows for you to have a lot of flanks. Like, you see all these areas. I feel like this map is probably the map that benefited from them being in development. Because there's a lot of small corridors that you can really like set up flanks, put aggression, a lot of characters can play in. And then you have some of the more recent maps that have come out, and they're much more wide open, and they don't have as many elements as we do on this map. So characters like Black Panther, Wolverine, these characters that want to go off and kind of find 1v1s, they actually do really well at this very beginning stage because of that.
3, 2, 1.
All Business head straight into it here. They will be playing Squirrel Girl, actually. Welsh has moved into Squirrel Girl. He was on Captain America in the pre-hover screen. Deciding instead he wants to get around the corner here. And then after a couple of nuts, he goes straight over to Captain America. That's actually a strategy that I'm wondering if we're going to see more of in the future. Is you pick up a character that can farm their ultimate pretty fast, Moon Knight, Squirrel Girl, get to 50%, and then switch over to a different character and retain that 50% on your ultimate. I've always wondered if that is going to be something that would start to be played a little bit more in pro play. But it looks like they used Squirrel Girl to put out a couple of nuts in the early game just to make sure nobody was around the corner. because she can bank her nuts off around the angles, and those nuts, when they connect, are pretty nutty, to be quite frank with you. But enough about Squirrel Girl. We're back into the regular match. Alligator and crew are just locking down this front line right now, and this is the appeal of a Wolverine. He could hide himself behind those corners with that short thickness. Also the name of my... Never mind, I'm not going to say that. Look at Sloppo and them just trying to clear out this wall. Let's try to break that down so they're able to find better angles. Once that bell drops, it's completely broken down. Jeez. They cannot get out of this corner. Zos is actually forced to put an ultimate down right outside the objective just so they can turn here. This is the first bank of the game. And it's taken them nearly, what, a minute and a half? Jeez. Alligator playing Wolverine. You see how the bubble comes out every time that he goes forward? That's the appeal of Magneto. He makes everyone a pseudo tank. Melio going for shots in the back line. Squirrel Girl came out again for Welsh. They're trying to get them to back off this corner. Agamotto goes forward, but Magneto steps up and gets a kill on Sloppo. So Rad currently has a chance to move forward. They're at 65, but they got to keep their tanks alive, and they do just that. But look at this. They're forced to pull back in a 5v6. Wolverine says, oh, no, you're coming with me, and finds one more pick. Dude. All business is stuck here. And some of the commentators were mentioning that a lot of people don't want to play on this map. I can see why. They are having such a hard time getting out of their own defense. Like, oh my gosh. I'm surprised that All Business hasn't tried to switch into their own Wolverine. But I think it was banned out, right? So that's why they wouldn't do that. I think they need to get off Strange. Straight up. Get off Strange, get on the Hulk. Get on some characters that can just create space. They need space right now. Because they're not out slaying. They're not out DPSing at all. Tuzi trying here. Finally find the takedown. And the slays finally come in, but at what cost? So Rad has 40 seconds to defend this first point, and All Business hasn't gotten around the second linear quarter you have to go through yet. And they have 2 more turns before they even get close. Mega dropping down the portal, going straight for the objective here. Just gonna dive in. The goal here is just delay. Delay, 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 delay. Nice shot by Tuzi, setting up a little flame wall. But Zos is able to get in here and immediately just drop down a Sue Storm ultimate. And with an Agamotto to boot, the damage starts to become a little too overwhelming. All Business lost 3 members. They're having to respawn here. Now we're fully into overtime, and Rad is well on the point and nice and healthy. They have lost Wolverine. Rajaro has gone down now too, and finally Mega. Okay, so All Business now is in full overtime mood, and they still have to get up here to point 1. If they can get to point 1, they will get a time added on to their push, and they'll be okay. But currently, they're in the most stressful situation they can be in. Rad trying to rotate over. And they have to engage within the next second or two. The objective is about to touch. Do they go for it? They jump forward the last second. Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Luna Snow from closer. Gonna buy them 12 seconds. 9 seconds and counting. Mega comes in. Goes for a combination. Locking down one person. Meanwhile, Closer trying to keep everyone alive. Dancing back and forth with these heals. Is going to eventually lose out on Xenos. No, Xenos pulls back to get the health, but now Welsh is in trouble. Welsh getting some heals at the last second here too. And here comes Wolverine from across the map and finds the pick. And Rad is going to easily shut down All Business. My golly.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Is All Business named All Business because they're going back to work after this? Because they are getting destroyed right now. My God. Well, we'll see if All Business is the same strategy here. Perhaps this is a common issue in this region in general. Maybe this map is just a little bit overtuned for the macro style. We'll see how it goes. But if Rad is able to walk forward without any issues, whoo. Melio has hovered a Black Widow. Melio, are you messing with my heart? I personally think Black Widow could be great against Ultron. Takes only 2 taps to knock him out of the air.
30 seconds before you
1 if you get the headshot with the Mantis power up. And I think they changed the last second. I'm going to say that for my entire life until it becomes true. The moment Black Widow is played against a flyer composition, I am going to stand on a soapbox and say, I told you all so. I believe in this valiantly. I will champion the Black Widow Brigade forever.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rad setting up for defense already. Let's see how All Business is going to be able to hold them back. Rad just comes around the corner. They don't even stop for a second. Alligator does find a Wolverine, gets him off the high ground. Captain America forced to pull back thanks to those claws. Rajaro stepping up. And already they've created more space than what we saw from All Business. Things are looking good. Alligator setting up for a flank here on the far right. Tutu have been forced to escape here to the back right. We'll have to grab a health pack, but Melio just there with some damage. Captain America goes to the back line, but look at this. Look at this shotgun, dude. Look at that shotgun. That's why you don't flank a Punisher. If he has that shotgun out, you run away. Every single time. Or you will be dun, 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 punished. Melio jumps forward, and after a couple of wipes, they already have All Business stuck in the choke here that's hard to get out of. They put 4 on the payload for maximum speed and velocity. Tutu will drop down a portal, and they grab the high ground, so they still have a chance here. There are a couple of ultimates that are pretty useful here. Tuzi has his Cyclones that he can start working in. And then Sloppo, of course, has the Ultron ultimate. Heals are bountiful here thanks to Sloppo. But Captain America still winds up falling down. Rad has yet to lose anybody in this exchange. 4 people picked off for All Business, and Rad is just that much better. They are going to win 2-1 in the series and advance the bracket, while All Business will go to the lower bracket and fight for their lives. Yeah, I don't think I'm an All Business believer, chat. I don't know, bro. Back to Arby's they go.
And zoned to make sure that reinforcers didn't come back in for when they were on the defense.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe.
A really solid setup. Rad, nicely done. Melio with a classic 11k damage, actually getting out damaged this time by the Vanguards because they were the ones creating this containment. 13k damage for Trust Me. Rajaro with 12k.
Dude, being stuck in your spawn feels so bad, bro.
It's going to give you a very high damage output, but just not finding enough final hits.
Problem for All Business is trying to take us to a map that's been in the game for this long.
Allegedly, America is having 3 teams going to midseason. Who do you want to see represent America between the 8 teams?
And it just took, what, 3 minutes before we sort of started to see the string of eliminations go.
I really like FlyQuest.
And honestly,
I think I like FlyQuest.
Having the freedom with the protects,
I like 100 Thieves, but I want to see them adapt better.
It wasn't enough because Team Rad.
And then Sentinel is probably the generic answer.
Coordination and just some really good individual moments like this pick that Melio was able to get, this flick.
I think Shroud X can be better if they figure out how to draft and play different DPSs, but we'll have to see.
Cap can be so good for this pressure, but the Punisher has more than one weapon. That shotgun being so good against backline divers. It's insane against the Venom. You can burst through the cap shield. Of course, they can deflect some.
Red does seem to be inconsistent, though. Yeah, Rad, when they get their comp rattled, they take a bit too long to adjust for my taste.
Incredibly well. It's one of the main reasons why this Punisher has.
And I can't figure out why. That is one of the teams that I would love to hear their comms, right, while they're playing, because I could definitely figure out more from there.
Yeah, we should have an interview with a Rad player very soon, so get a little bit more insight, I suppose, on just what went wrong in the Virtus Pro, like rematch, for example, and really sort of see where things were looking a little bit uncomfortable from All Business at the beginning there. But a grueling matchup. It's good to at least see that it isn't a case of just us upper seeds, the ones that were in the finals, just beating down on the ones that went out in like the losers round 3 or the losers bracket finals. And so it does mean as well, like, we're going to have Team Peps going up against All Business, I think, in the losers bracket, which again, like, that's a slog. Two really good teams forced into an elimination game that early. It's sad, I suppose, but that's the reality of a tournament like this when there's so many great teams.
I don't know if they're against each other or if they are split, but either way, both of these teams are going to be.
I think we should just give
drafted
everyone $1
due to
million
how
for playing in
effective they
tournaments.
are in these drafting phases. But speaking of effective in drafting phases, we have our
Oh my
interview with
God, chat.
TrikSlyr
I have a
Rad, who just
sponsored
put on
stream for
a
GeoGuessr.
massive containment with that group.
I don't know, bro.
Out of sport. For starters, congratulations.
I don't know
but
about
we have to
that.
start off with something maybe a little bit uncomfortable. What went wrong in game one?
Well, for starters, in game one, something actually happened. I was not even here, so I couldn't join for the ban phase. I couldn't even influence the bans. We did a Luna ban, and it kind of like allowed them to play the Cloak Punisher, and it made it very, very hard time for us because the Punisher is very strong with Cloak combination.
What?
I want to talk a little bit about last week as well, because obviously you guys beat Virtus Pro, but in that rematch in the grand finals, it was a struggle, right? It was a 0-3. Overall,
Did they say it broke on him?
Issue, and is
The
that
draft
something that
screen?
you've managed to fix going into playoffs?
Virtus Pro is always a good contender. We tried all different stuff. I think that the bans also were not good from us, especially against them. We kind of allowed them to play the good characters. We think that currently Psylocke and Torch are insanely strong, and I think that's also the comfort picks of Virtus Pro, which the last time we played them, we haven't really faced them on these characters, and I think that made a very big difference there. So we kind of allowed them to play their strength and even allowed us to like play into that weakness of us, right? Because we allowed them to dive, and we had a Loki that only has 250 HP and just gets one-shotted every single time the captain goes in. It's kind of hard.
So you guys had the Loki against you in game number 1, and then you picked it in game number 2 and did quite well with it, and then in game number 3 it was banned out. We have been seeing Loki fluctuate in terms of ban priorities throughout a lot of the games. Where do you feel like he fits at the moment?
I mean, I think that Loki might be the strongest hero in the game. It is definitely the best support in the game. It's very versatile.
Yeah, Loki's really good.
My idea on how to beat Loki is very hard to go around, because in my idea, Loki strives best in a brawl environment where you have a lot of characters, like Groot, an example, that benefit from the lamp usage. And the issue with that is basically he's still very good without that. Like, he has insane survivability. There's double Luna ult on point. Luna ult is by far the strongest ult in my opinion, because it's just so versatile. You can stall the point forever. You get the damage boost benefit, so you get more opportunities to kill through other support ults, and that is very, very strong and like very lethal to play against. So the Loki is definitely a very good anchor in any composition.
I think one
Twitch
thing that
chat
I've learned about you as a
conversations.
Vanguard player, trust me, is how flexible you are and how experimental, I suppose, your approach is, right? Like, we saw a little bit of Venom today, where you're known as like a strong Penny Parker player in a lot of different instances, but also a little bit of Spider-Man today as well.
The Spider-Man, bro.
We were trying to guess if the fact of like you trying to almost go for the Jeff strategy of like zip somebody up, pull them off the map, you go with them so you can reset to Venom. Was that the general gist? You just missed the pull, but you were meant to go
That is
down.
basically what was the strategy. So I can reveal a little bit. Yesterday we scrimmed like 6 hours and 3 times that exact map, right? This is the only map where you make it back in time. But I not only did I mess it up on Spider-Man, I also messed up the Venom rollout. So I came back a little bit later than I would originally.
Oh my
But
God.
It's still enough time to get back.
You need
So that's the
practice, though.
strategy, right? It's like the fact that you can do it without no drawback, basically. So it's just a free chance regardless of if you get it or not. It's like TPing off the map, but it's better than TP because you still have that TP to come back if you lose the fight. So it's like the same idea of TPing the spawn door to get an entry pick, but you keep the TP for it so you can come back to the point after, and there's no drawback since you're back fast. I messed it
Really a
up.
drawback to you telling us this, because now everyone is going to be worried coming out of Spawn, which can slow rollouts. This is really clever. I love the idea. Like you mentioned, John the Strange or the Venom for the return. Absolutely genius, but is this something you might consider bringing into your next opponents as you will move on in the upper bracket? You're going to be going up against a Zero Tenacity.
Potentially, right? If we play the same map again, they might have to look out for a Spider-Man that is practiced 2 hours in custom game yesterday to pull off the combo just to not hit it, right?
I guess then that's sort of a good point. If you're putting so much time into like little rollout plays like that, so much focus on the draft is on 2 Vanguards, right? Magneto, Emma Frost. You were almost trying to push the boundaries of what characters are like considered meta. Do you feel like it's almost like a bit of a mistake of teams over focusing on, because I think you went a game without getting either Emma Frost or Magneto and you guys were perfectly fine. Like, do you think that teams are over prioritizing those 2 characters in particular, or is it just I'm so good at all of the other Vanguards, it's not a problem for me and my teammate?
I think this is something that I feel too, because in my experience with scrims and from different teams, it truly feels like a lot of people overrate the Emma and the Magneto. I think, but like in our case in the team, we don't really trust that call. We want to play either Emma or Mag, but I think that we should spend more time in practice, or like we should have had spent more time better, right? Because the tournament is ongoing, to like play stuff without those characters, right? This would have been better for me personally to practice that, because I don't think Emma and Mac is always necessary.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us. Trust me, we'll let you go back to celebrate with your team. Your next matchup's going to be against Zero Tenacity, so it's time to start getting more hours in the custom games. See if you can start pulling people off the side again.
What is this Twitch chat even arguing about out here?
Right? In scrims I also didn't hit it, but as I said, there's no drawback. So.
You said he did it 3 times. I assume that you got them 3 times, not that it was.
No, I failed it 3 times. And it was fine 3 times, but at the same time, they're like, oh yeah, we got a free entry pick, we're just gonna run in, and then they get hit by a very good Venom Slam, right? And it's like they baited to rush to the point, and then they get hit. And that's exactly what happened the first fight, even though I was dead, right? They rushed to the point and they totally sacrificed checking all the angles, checking all the stuff, because they thought they were upper player, but they're not really. So it's a very good strategy.
10 look out for sure. Thank you very much, man. It was a great pleasure to talk to you, and we'll see you. I think it's tomorrow, but very soon at the very least this week.
I mean, hopefully I can join you again, right? We will win. I believe that.
Hopefully I can join you again.
Hopefully. Thanks, pal. Oh man, I love talking to players that are just that nerdy that it's almost psychopathic, honestly. Like, just that level of like minute detail, but like as expected from a player like Trust Me, who's got so much experience in hero shooters, and as a Vanguard needs to be respected. But that matchup versus Z10, considering that you've got Z10 top in their group and then Rad beating Virtus Pro and coming second, like you have to add that asterisk of them beating Virtus Pro every single time, because it's such a testament. But we do get to look for confirmation. We also do get confirmation of Peps versus All Business is going to be that lower bracket.
So Burr versus Ins next? Insomnia?
Sad, like I mentioned, but teams have got to drop out of playoffs eventually, right?
Someone's going to have to go out. These 2 teams have also
Is it sad? I think it's great.
So it's going to be an interesting matchup. That game will be coming tomorrow.
All right, chat. I'm going to run the restroom real quick.
More games coming.
And then we'll continue the next match. Hopefully I get back in time for the next match. Here's some music. BRB, chat. BRB. Okay, your wallet Steam sale is live. Oh my god. Wait, the Steam list isn't loading anymore? That's funny. Alright, bathroom break done, chat. I made it. You proud of me? Hell yeah, dude. Wait, this is the other side? Jesus Christ. What the heck? What are these pixels? Wait, why are they... Wait, is this AI? Is this not real? Wait, is this fake? Why are the pixels like that? The pixels like explode over here. You're fake. I'm so real. I'm the realest there is. All right. Yeah, hype chat. That's the board? Yeah, but they like explode into pixels. That's crazy. Chat, by the way, before we get started, Cyberpunk Edge Runners is so good. I'm like 7 episodes in. That show is fire. For real. Great show.
Welcome back to playoffs, and we are heading in to a highly anticipated matchup.
Highly anticipated.
Patapim, a team that everyone expected to be maybe the first team to really take it to Virtus Pro, but being in separate groups, they've yet to have the chance. But now we've already had one team that has already knocked Virtus Pro into the lower bracket in the group stage, and another team that has taken maps off them, and that team...
Tetra fixed his camera? It looks like it. Looks like he did.
Predictable team in this, and I will go down on that hill.
Oh, for
Well,
sure.
is he looking at us? I don't know. He keeps looking at other monitors.
Enticing,
It's like he doesn't want to look at the camera.
There seems to be this sort of like line drawn in the sand of Virtus Pro.
Look at the camera. You wanted this, Tetra.
And then sort of everybody else, right? Zero Tenacity's done well to sort of be amongst that conversation, and Insomnia could be that themselves, right? I think a lot of people had less stock on them because it was just a team that had a lot of changes and didn't really know what it was doing at a certain point, I believe. But it really is just a case of strong fundamentals, a lot of changes when it comes to some of the ideas that they've had, but that have gone a long, long way on how this team looks.
This is also a situation where we have quite a few in terms of how things looked. We had some insane cap play in the last game, and these are two teams with some pretty solid cap merchants. It does beg the question as to whether Sentinel or we see Pasuo playing today. I believe it's Pasuo, as I saw a message earlier that they
I don't know how to describe Berber Patapim.
Just going to try and take out their frustration.
Aside from Apem, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna...
They go full monkey brain.
I think Pasuo's been a fantastic, like, Captain America.
And I love it.
But I do think in the case of...
Unhinged ape monkey gameplay.
Sentinel?
Yeah, Sentinoblin. Like, them being able to switch in and be able to do a lot of the fastball specials has been what's really enabled this team to keep on going forward anyway. But for Berber Patapim, this is
Chaos Lords. I like that.
A lot of that have really pushed the likes of Virtus Pro in close best-of-5 finals previously, and honestly looked to be the top of their group if it wasn't for that shock loss against Zero Tenacity. Where from speaking to the likes of Enzo and stuff, like he admitted that they overcooked the draft a little bit with the Touch first bands to try to tick smash this off of it. But there are a lot of other teams that are making similar moves as we've seen today, so I don't think it's inherently them making a false move with the drafts or anything like that. I think it was just that rematch ability for Zero Tenacity to come in and have so many different looks with their versatility. Berber Patapim didn't know what to expect going into that final, and they got caught out by it.
Another team.
Oh, this match was crazy between Zero Tenacity and Berber Patapim.
From Berber as well, as they are another very flexible team.
Tanuki was a problem
in that game at one point, but Insomnia This is a terrifying composition. You can see Sento being hovered here, but we've also seen Passimo on a Captain America. Sento has brought us Hulk. They've brought us The Thing. They have had so many plays. Relaxing Knights has been a dominant strategist in terms of keeping the healing output, and Nocta has one of the
This will be my
widest
first time seeing
healing
Insomnia.
in Ignite right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really impressive team, but it's the bigger than some of its
Berber
parts at the
Patapim
same
is like an
time.
anime title. I
yeah,
think
like,
Berber
Nocta's been
Patapim is like a
fantastic
meme.
flex player. Sentinoblin's been really good to watch when he's come in, and the
It's like
synergy
brain
that
rot
has
humor.
with Demon and
Yeah, it's
stuff.
like a thing.
It really isn't a team that has a
I don't
weak
get
link
it.
from the looks of it, but they've just had a lot of freedom to work.
I
with,
don't
think,
know
and
what
certainly when they've been running, like, the
Berber
fastball
Patapim
and
is supposed to
Wolverine
be.
combo, even some of the better teams that we've seen, like Virtus Pro, have like slipped up against it, and I think even Rad had a bit of a rough time too.
Berber Patapim is a vile phrase often used for humor and playful exaggeration.
We're seeing them right now on the Punisher. They've also shown us some
It doesn't have a strict dictionary definition. It's a playful, sound-based expression used to mimic fast or chaotic action, excitement, or showing off. People usually say it when they want to intimidate someone acting fishy, making a dramatic entrance, or doing something unexpectedly bold. That kind of fits who they are as people, honestly.
Some of the least amount of characters, full stop, in this tournament. Only Cloak, Rocket, and Mantis so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it's predominantly over towards the Cloak, and potentially if you're doing your deep dive in, like I guess we have
Berber
been looking
Patapim,
at
bro.
the players and stuff, they seem like pretty easy targets for stuff.
It's like
the draft
Skibbity
system.
Toilet. Makes no
And
damn
honestly,
sense.
I think for both sides, Patapim,
Maybe we don't make any sense, chat. Do you ever think about that? Maybe they're based and we're not.
I don't think that we're going to be seeing them go into this and go for some kooky ideas either. I think they're going to try to narrow it down and at least give them something consistently planned for that they can practice in scrims and then follow through in official.
Nah? Okay.
Both
Fair.
teams have shown flexibility.
I just wanted to throw that
Some
out
very
there.
Similar compositions. Like you said, in the first game against two teams that are very different in terms of how they play in a lot of the cases. It's best to start off very standard, especially for Berber, who have this classic
All right.
Captain America.
That should be... I think the timing's perfect here for me to start. Hello and welcome to our third set of the playoffs. Thank you all for watching. As always, these will be edited into YouTube bits, so if you guys are enjoying, make sure to like and comment. I'm trying to get noticed out here in the Marvel Rivals community. Tell your friends. Share my stuff. Clip it if you got it. I'm down. We are playing Berber Patapim and Insomnia GG in this best of 3 series. Now, Berber Patapim, we did cast a match about them the other day when they faced off against Zero Tenacity in their group finale. And Berber Patapim really does embody the meme of Berber Patapim, which we just looked up, actually. According to Urban Dictionary, it's meant to be chaotic, impulsive, insanely quick, in-your-face, meme-like qualities. And I would say Berber Patapim really does embody that idea. Insomnia, this will be my first time seeing them, so we're going to see how they handle their opponents and how, of course, they like to play. And we'll kind of go from there. Already, actually, we have fantastic bans from Insomnia GG, banning out Loki, who is starting to become regarded as one of the best strategists in the game. Silac, who is a great choice for Tanuki in particular. Tanuki is a great player on Berber Patapim. He had a great Wolverine showing in our last Best of 5 series that we showcased with him, but man, he is a solid DPS player. They will protect Emma Frost, and Magneto will be done on the other side here for Berber Patapim. So they'll probably be playing that Cloak and Dagger type of composition, whereas for Insomnia GG, they probably won't be playing Cloak and Dagger as much because they have to watch out for that Magneto meatball, right? Also, is the audio like insanely loud? My bad, chat. That is super loud. That is up there. Human Torch banned out, a continued nuisance in our matches. Torch always seems to get demons or some kind of value in some way or some form. What are we thinking for our next ban? Captain America is hovered. But I feel like Captain America, at least in Europe, isn't as strong as the North American players. I don't know. Maybe I don't think he's very ban worthy. But they do think he's protect worthy. Adam Warlock taken away, which is going to prevent the res composition. No Mantis res, no Star-Lord res. I am surprised that in EU, Middle East and Africa, this region right now, they are running a lot more Mantis than I would have anticipated. They seem to like their hyper mobile characters, and Mantis does fit that archetype pretty well thanks to her passive.
Pick your hero.
And a Wolverine band coming in for the finale here for Berber Patapim. So Loki, Psylocke, Torch, and Wolverine will not be playable for Insomnia GG, and Berber Patapim will... No way, I have that switched. Insomnia GG. Oh my god, these menus are so... I hate them so much. Okay, so Berber Patapim can play Magneto and Captain America, and Insomnia GG can play Luna Snow and Emma Frost. The rest can't be played on their side. Jesus. God, they need to work on that presentation so bad. It's like the colors are on one side and then they flip to the other side at the last second, which is like confuses everybody. It's such a like good system, but man, presentation needs to be fixed. My god. It should be easy to read. I've casted game after game after game after game, and I still have trouble reading it. Now, is my brain slow, or is that a common thing? I'm hoping it's the latter. And if any of you say it ain't both, or it's both, I'm going to wring your face. Here we go. Into the match we go. The UI isn't intuitive. I agree. It should be larger, and it should be layered. Better. All right, into the match we go.
Got it?
Domination is the name of the game. Little best of 3. The first 2 will win. So Berber Patapim has made it their joy in life to get in your face. That usually will come off of a pickoff, anything like that. Tanuki is currently frozen on his webcam in the bottom right. Tanuki is one of the players that is going to start getting the ball running for Berber Patapim. This young man is not afraid to be aggressive in any way, shape, or form. And look at this. Berber Patapim has executed flawlessly the Magneto combination with Star-Lord and 2 Punisher damage. They find a couple of picks quite quickly here and are already set up to grab the objective. And then they move up to the spawn point of their opponents and start to hold the chokes. Tanuki even going past the walls here. Typically you want to hang out by your vanguards, but he does have that little, you see a little frosting that's above him. It's Luna Snow. So healing is continuously coming their way as long as Luna Snow is healing one of its teammates. I want to see how Insomnia GG breaks this, because the defense is already looking very good for Berber Patapim. Nice job, Tanuki. He gets in there, backs away the moment Emma Frost steps up. You want to be very careful of that diamond form. He's actually going for a flank on the back line. I actually am sad that we just turned that around. He went for the flank, went for the back, got some damage. Ooh, nice grab for Cat Forever, and they get the kill. Okay, Cat. Meow. Tanuki will get picked off, and that's actually a pretty big linchpin there. PKY has to step up, and if he goes down too, the damage for Berber Patapim is going to start to fall off, but it looks like he's going to be able to survive through it thanks to some healing. Insomnia GG is moving on to the point, but getting no traction quite yet. Magneto just holding that health bar. Magneto goes up in the sky and goes for a pop-off. Will get the kill on Demon. So a common tactic is if you have a Magneto, you will wait for the Punisher to ultimate, and then you will grab all of his bullets and throw it right back to his face and take him off. And that's what happened right there. Berber Patapim stopping Punisher right away. Meanwhile, PKY is on an onslaught here as he pops his ultimate and just clears out everyone. Honestly, with the way it's being played out, this is looking like it's going to be a quick 2-0 for Berber Patapim. And I think it's really important to have that kind of statement in a match. I don't actually think that's a bad thing in esports. You want to have an upper echelon of players that are the strongest in a tournament. And you typically want to see what it's like to play in that skill diff. Berber Patapim is going to have to deal with a teleport here. Alex is already ready for it with the Luna Snow ult, but unable to get to the Punisher in time as PKY is going to be picked off. Can also get CC'd here as well, so Insomnia GG having a chance here to take over this objective in overtime. We'll see if they can do it. 3 members have gone down. Nocta bringing in the Dance of the Butterflies. Here comes Paulie on top of that Captain America, going straight for the healers here. The healers should be able to heal out of this if they focus on each other. And they do just that. Paulie will have to retreat, and Insomnia GG is now on the board. Berber Patapim going to wait for all 6 to spawn. No change yet to a Doctor Strange or anything. I don't think they really need to pull out that card yet. They have a good 2, maybe 3 fights in them before Insomnia GG can win this. Meanwhile, for Insomnia GGG, they cannot lose a fight. Enzo leads the charge forward, starts to poke out the healers in the back left. Good damage on Luna Snow, but the healing is going to be just fine. The Iconic Lin's going down. Meanwhile, opposing DPSs are in the back line, but Berber Patapim doesn't even have to turn around for that. Dude, they're getting bullet off of this. What the hell? Okay, Demon steps up. Demon trying to hold it. Good push out here for Enzo. He's trying to get into a spot where he's slowly taking away the objective. He wants to force the opponent to use ultimates. The moment they do, they can back away and reassess. Enzo goes in for an ultimate. Does not connect it with anyone here. Meanwhile, on the back line, see Tanuki dropping down the Starlord Orb, trying to find a target, but the healing is just a bit too much. Finally, they get on through, though, as they will take out 2 members, 3, 4, 5, and Luna Snow will be the remaining Mander, will get picked off, and that's going to be an easy win here for Berber Patapim. Look at PKY. He looks bored. I think he just checked his MySpace, dude. Oh my gosh. He's checking his hair, dude. You know you're dominating your opponent when you're like, you know what, I'm gonna check out my hair right now. Is it good? Yeah, it looks good, bro. Yeah, it looks alright. Yeah. Yeah, on a round 2, bro, yeah. And Insomnia GG did save 2 ultimates. The moment they lost their healers, they were like, all right, man, we can't win this. And they saved their ultimates for next phase. And this is always a good idea. And point number 2. Nocta and Lurkin can work together to secure the objective at the start. And as long as you get the timer going, you chillin', bro. Was there another team in that match? Oh my god, Crypto, you be a nice boy, okay? Go mow your lawn. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Crypto, get in there and coach him. If Insomnia is not able to grab this point at the start, I'm going to be worried for them. Enzo will portal in, which is effectively its own ultimate. It's such a large cooldown, right? They will be able to get on the objective quick, but the problem is the mission does not unlock until that timer at the very top pops down, so they're just playing for position here. Insomnia, probably around like 3 seconds, are going to pop their ultimates. Oh, we did actually have a switch off, by the way. Looks like they got off of Sue Storm and switched into Luna Snow instead. Or was it Lurkin? I think it may have been Lurkin switching into Cloak and Dagger. Psylocke goes for the damage here. Trying to find a pick. Heals come out easily. Alex has their ultimate. And Berber Patapim seems to get full control here. Cloak and Dagger was able to ult, so Insomnia can keep up with the aggression. A Frost actually converts on the other Luna Snow as Relaxing Sky is being forced pushed back all the way. Berber Patapim going to the low ground, and here's the reset Demon. Demon going for 1. Can he find a second? Gets a reset, looks for a 3rd, looks for a 4th, and Insomnia is showing some signs of life now as they clean up the entire team for Berber Patapim and even spray paint, and they grab the objective. I just heard one of my dogs itching so hard that it sounded like somebody was knocking on my door, and I got shocked. That's crazy. Robbie out there thumping away like Thumper. Berber Patapim has 3 ultimates set up and good to go, but they have to bait out Relaxing Sky's Luna Snow ultimate, which they know for sure they're going to have by now. Ken goes forward, Cloak and Dagger ultimate, Relaxing Sky pops Luna Snow ult. PKY trying to focus him down. They need the Dark Curtain to get this damage, but they can't seem to find the takedown. PKY showing away. Magneto ultimate. Here comes Psylocke. Noctic starting to eat through them. And I think Insomnia may have this. Hang on. Oh, wow. Nice pick there from Enzo. That pick may have been enough, actually. They got him a Frost. Ken and Alex are picked off for Berber Patapim, but Tanuki up in the sky, and with no ultimates or abilities available for Insomnia, they start to fall 1 by 1. And Berber Patapim will finally grab the objective. Good news for Insomnia GG. They're at 60% already on the ult objective, or excuse me, the main objective. In terms of ults, they have 1 now available, but Emma Frost is right behind them, as well as Bucky. That's going to be built up in a matter of seconds, honestly. They could move in here and run it down. It's going to come down to Alex and how he ults in this fight. Let's keep an eye on that Luna Snow. Top right corner. Relaxing Sky actually gets deleted from a flank from Berber Patapim. That was cute. They were trying to get set up on the high ground, and Berber Patapim was like, nah, bruh, you can't have that. And they just flanked him with 3. Usually 1, maybe 2 people come in for a flank, but not 3. That's just a big number, dude. Berber Patapim currently at, what, 50%? Easily marching forward. You see Enzo trying to scout the opposing team, get an idea of where they're coming from, and then he just backs away and keeps poking. Look at that. Magneto cadence is so fun. The more I see Magneto being played at a high level, the more I want to learn him. They're trying to get rid of this turret, and they do, finally. Demon has his ultimate. Can we find our target? It'll come off the back of a pull-in, or if Luna Snow goes for an ultimate, they want to try it out afterwards. Ken pops a Cloak and Dagger ultimate for Berber Patapim. Alex still waiting for it. PKY hunting, finds a pick. 2 are already down, and Demon currently cannot go for his ultimate because he is dead. PKY with the immaculate hair continues to cook, showing how it's done. 10% and counting. Nocta did switch over to Doctor Strange. A last-second portal will be occurring. Here it is. Jumping through. Captain America does first. Runs to the left, goes straight for the healers. If he can get rid of a healer here, that could be great for his team. The healers are healing each other, just straight up ignoring him. They don't care. Magneto gets a massive dunk on 2. Both Lurkin and Relaxed Sky are down. That was both the healers. Why were they standing on top of each other? Tanuki comes through and finishes it, and Berber Patapim, man. Just an easy 2-0 in domination, and they're going to go up 1-0 over Insomnia. GG. Wow. Yeah, you can kind of see it in EU, where like there is definitely a difference between the higher skill teams. Straight up.
Experimental, but they make sure that they take out the Loki. They go for the Adam as well.
Berber Patapim looked even bored.
Wolverine, and it's just easy setup from that point. They
were like, why am I here again?
Setting up the pocket over onto Pokey, and when he's just up on the high ground,
Big gaming boys.
As the Punisher. What on earth can you do? It's just so hard to contest him when he's just putting out that much damage, but also able to get that many final hits too alongside Tanuki. It's just the duo from hell, right, to have to deal with as the duelists, and perfectly set up from the rest of Patapim.
30 and 2, with almost half of them being
an easy 3 million, and all chat go crazy here.
Try and give them at least a turnaround. Every single member of Insomnia.
The crazy thing is, like, if you get first place in this, you get $70,000 for your team.
For a long time.
In 4 days, one of these teams are going to get $70,000.
We got a little bit of a regroup. Sniping a couple members from Luminosity, sniping a couple members from OG. They created a monster of a roster that has just been rising and rising throughout the stands of EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall for Berber Patapim, it's a good sign too, because the series that you lost against C10 was frankly for seeding. So you could just buy it off and be like, it doesn't matter, these are the games that do, and up against a...
I like how teams are like, how do we stop a Bucky ult? How do we stop that?
Win is a good start.
And some think, you know, just get defensive ults. But other teams are like, just kill him, bro.
And that's an area that they love to go to. I don't know if that's necessarily
just put damage on him.
You are missing Sentino, that's going to be setting up a lot of the Hulk thing fastball plays with Demon. But Passuo has got a bit of experience in them. Potentially, that's an option. Regardless, something needs to change for Insomnia if you want to really give Berber Patapim a good go-in on map 2.
They do, of course, still have Passuo has been doing so well on this Captain America and very nearly turned that in favor. But like you said, they've been also running that Wolverine even before Sentinel did jump in. But the fact is, they're a sub, and it's between matches. There's nothing stopping them just bringing in Sentinel if that's what they want to do. And they can create these more unexpected drafts. If he is available, they can create these unexpected drafts. And they've already shown they have flexibility onto other strategies as well outside of this Canadian missile. We'll see if that does come in, though, as we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will see if we're heading to Symbiotic Surface or whether Insomnia have something else in mind for us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Look at this fire skin. Raw. Conchu! We literally see like 0 Moon Knight. It's kind of crazy. He farms ult so quickly, and I feel like he'd be pretty good in a lot of these situations that we're seeing teams in, because there's a lot of grouping going on, right? I tried, they're uncoachable. You gotta get in there right now while they're waiting, bro. Get in their Discord, ping them. Bum, bada, bum. The Capcom thing is tonight at like 5 p.m. Oh, I'm so bummed that the Capcom showcase and the Arc System showcase are both in the middle of Marvel Rivals tonight. What are these people doing? Da da da. What is Team Pep's icon chat? It looks like a broken fingernail to me. What is that? It's like a golden nugget. I feel like I would feed that to a Pokemon to evolve them. Oh, like a deep raw galactic ore? Yeah, I can see that too. Burn, burn, burn.
A bit of a bumpy night so far for Insomnia as they're a map down against Berber Patty.
Bumpy night. Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
You could set up exactly why like Insomnia want to take us to symbiotic surface.
I feel like Insomnia tried to pull their car out of the garage and immediately saw they had 3 flat tires.
Every single time, and that is because Demon has been dominant. They have been bringing out this Wolverine consistently. Berber have been banning it for a reason, because they have seen what Demon can do. From a standard Wolverine, just to turn this round into bringing in Sentinel to just launch Demon at the enemy team like a cruise missile, catching people like the Human Torch out of the air and delivering them special first class all the way back to their team. And it's that's not even
Special first class. Welcome to game number 2 between Berber Patapim and Insomnia GG. Berber Patapim just straight up ran over Insomnia GG last match. There were a couple swings here and there, but that's going to happen when you have really strong ultimate abilities in the game. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, is Berber Patapim knows how to control space, and they know how to dismantle before Insomnia GG can get their team composition going. Now, the commentators did mention before this that Wolverine is a mainstay for Insomnia GG, and they want to try and get it for Demon in particular. And I felt like Demon was pretty alright in the last match. He had a couple of good Bucky exchanges. But I think the speed and velocity at which Berber Patapim plays the game is just faster than Insomnia. In fact, I feel like you can clearly see there's a massive difference in EU gameplay at the highest level versus the mid to lower tiers, right? And that's kind of what's on display right now. Now, typically when that does happen, there's a couple of things you can do as a team. You can either A, try to slow down the game, which could be harmful to you, but would give you a lot of learning chances. Or you can go full run it down limit test and try to out-ape the apes, right? I'm curious what Insomnia's going to go for. Regardless, middle of the road is never the choice when you are playing against someone that is outskilled. Or outskilling you, right? I do like that they are focusing on trying to keep the Wolverine here in their draft, as they would love to have that available for Demon if that is the case of him being one of the better Wolverine players. We will see. I feel like there's a lot of really good Wolverine players in general, and the pressure that he can put on the map is just exquisite. But I do think Patapim is flexible enough to where they can handle a Wolverine, so we'll see how that goes. They do ban out the Punisher from their opponents, and they want to make sure that if they do have a Wolverine, they don't have a fast damage dealer to answer that back. Captain America will be the protection. And Loki will be protection for here for Patapim as well. Alright, Insomnia. What's your call here? They already have a Magneto ban. An Emma Frost ban would make sense. There it is, Emma Frost ban. I was gonna say Emma Frost or even the Thing. Although the Thing, like, is only because you want Wolverine to be able to be, like, free reign. I don't think he's, like, a bannable character, but it's more of, like, if you're gonna build around a Wolverine, make sure that you're good to go. They like to get rid of Emma Frost, and then they go ahead and pick up Adam Warlock as their final protection here. That allows them to play their Mantis comp if they want to. We have seen it in EU, where you can just get Mantis and Adam Warlock and just keep those reses going. That way you can just kind of let Wolverine full send it, and you'll let the healers come back if they get picked off by a flanker.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Will Demon pick his Wolverine? He has covered it. The answer is looking like it sure is. And Enzo already is fully aware that Wolverine is coming out. He is locked in the Thing as an answer back. Love it. Paulie also being on Wolverine or on Captain America gives him a little bit more flexibility. You also want to make sure that you're picking characters that can kind of get away from a fight. Psylocke is that choice here for PKY. You have Alex who's playing Invisible Woman. Already, they are building around the idea of, okay, they're going to bring Wolverine and run us down. We have ways to deal with it on every single one of our characters. I don't imagine this going incredibly well for Insomnia GG, but if they can pull it off, I'm always happy for a third game. You know, isn't that Loki? It's going to be nutty. Loki's one of those characters that are fun to play, but I wonder if he would be really weird to watch as a spectator. Because he has a lot of like different teleporting and stuff going on. But man, I love him.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Immediate portal coming in for Patapim,
Securing the mission area.
which is interesting because they're the ones on defense actually. They portal on through and start taking their shots. Wait, this is actually on the spawn. That's funny. They were trying to see if they were going for a portal, and if so, they were going to try and knock them out. If you actually CC the opposing Doctor Strange while he's portaling, he loses the cooldown. I think that was the goal here for Patapim. Nice counter portal.
I'm clocking some bad guys.
Hulk and Wolverine together as the tandem that we all love and know. Here comes the throw. Looking for the torch. They try to go for it. They actually get the slight connect at the last second, but actually there was an interrupt there from Sue Storm, relaxing Sky, which made him, or excuse me, Alex, which made him not get the full pick. Psylocke is grabbed though, onto the ground into full damage. Everyone just turns around and saves the target. PKY is able to get out. But this Wolverine is building up some ultimates. The throws continue. And Ken will be the next target. Luckily, he is Loki, so he's able to dash away. This Wolverine just keeps going. Honey Badger don't care. Sue Storm goes up here for Relaxing Sky, and there's going to be a counter one here from Alex as they try to fight through this full engage. But Insomnia GG is starting to make a little bit of a hit here. All right. Seems like the Wolverine draft is certainly going in their favor here for round number 2. Knocked it back and away. They do have a ultimate for Adam Warlock, so if anyone does get picked off, they can keep up this tempo. But Patapim would love to force that ult out quickly. Another Loki pick.
I've got your back.
And Demon is being a literal demon right now. Berber Patapim forced to set up for defense once again. They have to reset. Wait for all their members to come back. And they just got them all back up. And now they got to reset. Wolverine in position for a full flank. Hulk gonna toss him in there. They're waiting to see where the supports are. And the flyer is. Oh, nice. They go straight for Captain America on the back line. Everyone turns around, gets some decent damage on them. Berber Patapim, however, with that exchange, takes the high ground, which is probably more valuable. The only thing that would have beaten that is a straight-up takedown. Speaking of takedown, Demon comes up for the Punisher and finds a one-on-one. Immediate deletion, runs straight to the Hulk, who is always there for them, and they team up, once again being tossed in. Jeez. Okay. I see why the commentators were talking about the Wolverine. This is a composition that Insomnia looks very, very happy to be on. They don't look so lost anymore. They look like the tempo setters, you know? Love to see it. Dude, Berber and Patapim can't get on them. They just can't. I'm kind of wondering if we need to get off the Captain America. I feel like it's doing nothing. Now it will be able to slow down this next objective thanks to Captain America's ult, and then I would heavily consider a switch here. Emma Frost could be a good answer. I can't remember. I think she's banned out actually. PKY playing the backside. Forcing the healers to come back, which will allow for him to rotate to the front line. Does he get the heals in time? He sure does. Dude, he looks so bored. He even stands still sometimes in these matches. Oh my god. I hope he's doing okay. Berber Patapim will have 3.5 minutes to play defense here. Insomnia, on the other hand, are looking for a pick. Nice, good dash there. Great response here from PKY. Captain America will lead the charge once he gets the traction going his way. You're gonna see Psylocke come in. Emma Frost will ult here. Cat working for that front line. Pulls in the thing, but can't really do too much. Alex slows down this entire push of the heal. There's a pick finally coming in for PKY. No way they're gonna res right here. He has the answer to the butterflies if he wants to rip it off. Decides not to, gets picked instead. And that should open up a window for Insomnia to keep moving forward. Tanuki pops his ultimate. Adam Warlock gonna try and go for a res here on the back left corner. Punisher just nailing them into a oh my gosh. But there's gonna be the respawn up here on the left. And you have to wonder, should someone have gone over there and tried to interrupt that? The 4-man res, just a bit too much. Demon does have an ultimate that he can send. He needs a little bit of healing come his way. Which is not coming because they're too spread out. He decides to go ahead and die. 2 minutes and counting. Berber Patapim did use a few ultimates there, but they've already charged up a couple already. The Thing, Enzo, already has his, and then Alex is already working on the next Sue Storm ult. PKY has had his ult for a while, just hasn't had a real use case for it yet. And Insomnia loses one more member. 2 minutes and counting. 2 more fights. Can they get this 3rd point? Any major changes on the lineup? Not really. Still running triple healers with Wolverine and the Hulk.
If we fail here, we fail all of existence. Keep going.
Dang, he tried to go for the Punisher, just couldn't quite hit it. Gets a little damage on the thing. I do like that they pull back to the front line of the Vanguards, and Hulk is always there to provide a shield in case he's in trouble. PKY finally ultimates. Goes for Adam Warlock, finds the pick. Next up is the Cloak and Dagger if he can find the location. Meanwhile, the Hulk is angry. Passy Woe running in, but man, he is just getting burned down. He can't survive. Runs the Cloak and Dagger, gives him healing at the last second. will be just enough. Clobber in time connects. It's one target. No damage yet. PKY finally gets cleaned up thanks to Demon and his ability. With Insomnia GG down to one healer, though, they're going to have to pop their ultimate for Relaxing Sky, and they do just that, just to hold here. Meanwhile, Tanuki, hoping he can find a pick on this Demon. Wolverine did lose his passive, and finally he will fall. And now it's just a big wall of standing here. Berber Patapim has not allowed this convoy to move at all, even delaying the Hulk death here. Getting him low and low and low. Finally, they pick him. And now Insomnia GG has to make a play. Can they get over here in 20 seconds? May consider going into a Doctor Strange and portaling. They do. Passio switches over to Doctor Strange. No more Hulk in the composition. Portal going in. They elect to go for the back line. Trying to find a target. And here they go. Demon runs in and gets Tanuki instantly. But nobody was on the objective! Oh my... I'm sorry. They had a 28-second window set up, and nobody said who's getting the objective, bro. That's crazy.
Top-notch team to win this one.
That's wild. But these are the things that make the great teams great, and the teams that are good just good, right? You have a 29-second window. That is all the time in the world, and you need to figure out what you need to do. Obviously, the decision was, let's try and get a pick. But someone needs to be on the point immediately. For me, that's probably Psylocke. She probably has the quickest ability to be there, right? Out of their entire composition. And that needs to be communicated. They need to know who is going to get them in the overtime. Give them the chance. Because all of them seem to be on the same page to find a pick, but nobody was thinking about what wins the game, which is the objective. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the end, but if Berber Patapim gets back there, that's it. We'll see.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture.
And here we go.
Got it?
Captain America leading the charge. Enzo right behind him. Insomnia GG does still have their Adam Warlock, so looking for those reses on their defense. Berber Patapim trying to take this top right corner that Insomnia GG is holding. Paulie is just waiting for his teammate to be here. He jumps in. He's hoping to make his support fall down so Psylocke can clean it up. PKY in position for just that, playing around the boxes. Nice cover there. Loki gets him the heal, but that is a massive cooldown that is now down. Demon low, and PKY finds it. He will have the res thanks to Adam Warlock, so he comes back. Paulie is just jumping over and over and punching them. Tanuki in a 1v5 right now with Emma Frost. Gets the heals the last second, though. Cat Forever just holding down that front line. Beautifully done there with Healer just providing heals from the top side. What a great angle. Ken heads forward, drops down the ultimate. He is the Loki, so that means going to be the Sue Stormwall. There's going to be a second one afterwards. Tanuki will get picked in that entire exchange, which means they are losing out on a DPS player, but PKY comes in with the Dancing Butterflies, going straight for Luna Snow, and will get that. But Nocta says, I got you, bro. Immediately drops down. The heals here, and will give the Soul Bond into a massive heal. Insomnia GG looking good on defense right now. PKY has been picked off, so Berber Patapim has to fight in a 5v6, but here comes the Executioner. They go straight in for the front line, trying to burn down Hulk, but Hulk will use his ultimate, which gives him that animation, and then he claps and kills Tanuki. Insomnia GG has woken up, man. They're here to play. 2 minutes and counting. Berber Patapim still trying to find something here. Tanuki even bringing in a portal. They want to keep up the constant pressure if they can. This is what Berber Patapim does best. Portal in. Trying to push him into the corner. Objective is so close. Dance of Butterflies coming out for Demon. Can he find a pick? Paulie has been cleaned up. Looking for another on Tanuki. 2 now down. There is only one tank up here. It's Enzo, and they're forced to start retreating. 90 seconds for Insomnia GG to get this win and take us into a game number 3. PKY with a clean pick on Nocta, though. And that will eat the res from Adam Warlock. So they finally have gone through the reses. Tanuki even moving into a Black Panther. Trying to find some resets and wanting to pick off people that are being respawned. I wonder if he'll be able to get it. Tanuki still back there. PKY coming around the back to help out. Couple of good hits so far. Paulie keeping up with the heals. Alex has used his invisible barrier. Ken has an ultimate after this as well to keep it going. PKY and Paulie are like, please, I need heals. There they are. Yes, the butterfly's coming in. And I think that should be it. There is a Wolverine, Lungberry on the side. He has no ultimate though, so we can't make any plays. Berber Patapim finally grabbing the first objective, but it took a while. Looks like we're in Season 1 right here with Black Panther and Psylocke on the same team. All we need is the magic for that old traditional team up that no longer exists. Nocta will have a 6-man res available, as he has farmed that up, but this is why the Black Panther is here. Black Panther is great on people respawning in. Full damage coming in. Tanuki trying to dance. No major kills. PKY goes in. Born Again has been popped. Why? Like straight up in the open here too. Nutty. So far so good. Relaxing Sky does have an ult ready and primed up for a defense once we see some movement from Berber Patapim. Oh my god. Great Black Panther play. Not enough for the kills though. The advantage of having a couple of solid healers. And that's the case here for Insomnia, as they have 3 healers. Passable just trying to buy time in here. And is able to do that. Drops in just in time for a bubble for his entire team. Demon has actually switched into the Human Torch to provide some extra damage. Alex finally pops a 2 Storm ult. There will be no more ults available for Berber Patapim after this, so they need to find a kill if they can right here and right now, and they do! Dance of Butterfly goes in and will help out with cleaning up 3 people, but there is an instant respawn available for Nocta. Will he decide to trigger it now? I think he did. Human Torch cleaning out the runes, and Berber Patapim will be forced to retreat. So Insomnia down to 1 ultimate right now. But there is 1 minute on the clock for Berber Patapim, and they have an Enzo, who currently has an Eye of Agamotto. He can't jump up for a few seconds here. But if he can get off a massive ultimate, should be good to go. And Adam Warlock and Luna are now destroyed here, which is going to give Tanuki a huge wall of damage. He's looking for that Human Torch. Can he find it? Gets the kill finally. Berber Patapim just barely able to open the map, and now all he got to do is hold this choke here. Paulie starts it by putting down the Venom. I don't even know what you would call that. Webbing? Venom wall? Venom tentacles? Able to pop that out there. And look at this flank already coming here. Tanuki looking for a reset. Goes in for Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock powers his whole composition. They take him out. He's low on HP and needs a heal. Agamotto goes down straight on top of Cat Forever, and Cat is now down. 3 of them picked off for Insomnia. Berber Patapim have locked in on this choke. Demon trying to come out here and do something on the Wolverine. This is like his 5th change this entire match. He's trying to find a solution in this puzzle piece of how do we beat Berber Patapim. Good news for Insomnia GG, when they got here, they had way more time than Berber Patapim. All they have to do is hold for 1.5 minutes. Tanuki is going to find out very quickly that there is no longer an Adam Warlock on the team for Insomnia GG. The Black Panther was a bit too much. They instead have gone over to Rocket Raccoon, which gets a little bit more mobility and can help out, but also gives you that small res ability you were looking out for earlier. PKY and a team group up and get off a couple decent amounts of damage here on Hulk, who gets low, and that's going to be an easy win.
3, 2,
And PKY on the camera, I think he just told us all to be quiet, dude. You see that? Are we talking too much? Damn, dude, he's supposed to be quiet.
Black Panther, it's just too much for that backline to do.
He's supposed to be quiet.
Knights was just going down
In front of everybody.
first every single fight because of the focus. And like I said, you don't have a Loki that can just regen domain. It's hard to find people to actively peel for your backline.
I'm gonna let you
It's just
finish,
under
Face.
that much unrelenting force. It does mean the Berber Patspim do get to bounce back a little bit more. Insomnia down to the losers bracket. Even with this fastball strategy, Berber Patspim came in very prepared and dealt with it nicely.
They really did. They adjusted. They brought out the thing. They adjusted for just continuous backline blobs. When they realized that they were having a little bit of trouble with keeping Tanuki up, they said, well, if he's going to go down, he might as well try and take someone with him. Swapping over to the BP, just keeping the pressure on, realizing that if it's
On again!
based around engaging with 3 people, then there's 3 other people who are sitting nice and pretty, potentially easy pickups for dive characters. And that is Berber Patapim. Taking control 2 times, able to utilize Dance of the Butterfly.
Yeah, that switch to Black Panther was really smart.
Moving on in that upper bracket to play
Just
against
get on the Adam Wallach's face.
versus Pro or Low 9.
Yeah, scary stuff. You would imagine it'd be Virtus Pro. So Berber Patspim getting a chance to fight up against the champions.
Look at that cleanup.
Pretty early
Great
on
pick by
in the
PKY.
playoffs. Means that if you do end up losing, that there's a chance to reset. And hopefully, if you continue on with the losers bracket, you get that rematch potentially a little bit later on. But looking back at this, I think this is a good return to form for Berber Patspim. It was a little bit nervy with how they lost, and to sort of quote what Knuten was saying from Z10 about Berber Patspim in the podcast prior to playoffs, well, prior to Ignite even starting, that Berber Patspim is a team that can sort of make it.
This
as
pick
the
was so
top team or
nice.
break it as the
Look at
top
that,
team.
bouncing off the wall.
They can win against the likes of Virtus Pro, but lose against the bottom teams of the tournament potentially, because they can be that wrong.
That Psylocke had a Red Bull.
We saw a very strong, resolute tree that is that Berber Patspim squad.
They were able to take control, and like you said, they were looked at before we started this tournament as the team that could make or break it, the team that could go to the internationals, or could find themselves if they were target banned. We suspected that there might have been some target banning at the start of the season. Not an issue. Berber Patapim have shown that that is not an issue for them at all. They've got easily enough versatility.
It's so interesting to see Twitch chat talk about balance.
From the metas that we've been seeing of people hyper committing.
Anytime a team loses, bro, you need to nerf that.
Low-key bads, and when they got their hands on it, they still are happy to use them.
Bro, you
This
gotta
team
nerf that,
has
dude.
A preferred style and can also play the meta to the highest level in EMEA. I would be scared if I was any team going against Berber Patapim, and they also took Insomnia, one of the hardest teams to play against.
Tetcher's looking on the wall again? Yeah, I don't know what he's looking at.
The map that they prefer, using the
I'm gonna
composition
ask
that
it.
they like to run.
What
and
is
they
Tetcher
have
looking
clearly
at?
Studied it and adjusted to deal with it. It shows that they're not just skilled.
What are you looking at,
they
bro?
are prepared and studying, and we love to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, you're sort of looking at the fact of like it's more scores for the non-mirrored Loki. Again, just it seems to be the way to go, and if you're not taking that focus early,
I'm convinced he has a monitor on the
disastrous
side.
in some areas, like it could have gone different, and you sort of
Message
look at,
him?
like, again, strategist backline was the one that was being.
I
sort
never
of
really
taken
got close to
apart the
Tetcher.
most. You have a Loki to copy some of the bigger strategist ultimates. You might be able to survive through it, but it's like ifs, buts, and ands. It is more the fact that Berber Patspim knowing that the Wolverine was such a key thing for Demon that they could force out that protect early, which means that the Loki is fairly uncontested. And in those instances, I'd
Seems
rather
like a
take
good
the Loki
dude.
over the Wolverine any day if you're given that choice.
What if he has his microwave over there?
obviously comes down
Then
to
I think you should be
preference,
looking
where
at
we
it.
do see teams like
Straight up.
Insomnia who love that Wolverine. You could
He's just cooking lunch. Yeah, he's making salmon. Salmon and some broccoli.
That's how we
Honestly, that's base. I'm into that.
They just have too many other options. But in this case,
I'm into watching your
utilizing the
food,
captain
chat. I'm a
for that
food
extra
watcher.
sustain, but being able to
You ever
contest
wanna
it, the
keep me
side not
entertained?
really being touched and was
Start
able
making
to
some food.
dive the backline forever. We did see some pretty consistent dueling with the Hulk able to get some lockdowns onto the Psylocke, but we actually have the coach for Berber Patapim here to talk to us today, so we're going to have some lovely questions.
You got a burrito in there?
about how
Oh,
they
now
kept
I need a
training
burrito.
for these matches. Salah is joining us.
They got the coach!
Congratulations on yet another win, continuing your journey through the bracket. You are up against either Virtus Pro or Low 9 next. Would you prefer to play against Virtus Pro for that consistent rematch throughout the history of Marvel Rivals, or is Low 9 your preference as potentially someone you haven't played against as much?
Nah, we prefer VP. I think we were kind of upset when they went and lost the other day to Red. I think it should have been us. So yeah, we want VP for sure.
First of all,
All right, yeah.
It's been a while.
That's funny.
What's up, Brian?
I think I wanted to get your take on what happened against like Z10, because I spoke to like Enzo a little bit, and like I know you were trying some things with like banning out Torch first and stuff like that. What was it from your perspective as a coach? Because sometimes, you know, players from their perspective could be like, oh, we went wrong because we did this thing, and you're sat there as a coach being like, it was more of like we stopped communicating, or we got too stressed, or we just went for some weird picks in the draft. Like, from your seat, what was the problem in that Z10 like grand final last week?
I think it's like a mixture of everything.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is supposed to be like far and away the best team.
The team that kind of experiments the most with drafting and different comps and different ideas. I think we maybe had a few ideas that didn't work that day, but maybe can still work, maybe can't. I think they also drafted quite well in that specific situation, and yeah, I think we just had an off day a little bit. I don't think
when casting me again, would you ever give notes? I don't know if you've ever seen my casting before, but I always, the first thing I do is I go talk to the observer. I'm like, hey man, how comfortable are you with like me directing you in the middle of a match?
I think it was just
because like I like to follow certain things, but I understand some people can't listen that well, right? Because it's a developed skill. So I always go talk to the observer. I see how chill they are. If they're pretty chill, then I'll give them notes. If they're like locked in and nervous as fuck, you just let them do whatever they want.
Let's jump a little bit.
Generally, like the thing about esports is like everything could be better, but like a lot of these people are fucking just young children who are literally like 18 to 25. I say children because I'm just an old man, but like, you know, when you're 18 to 25, like you're doing your best job, but you don't see the overall picture yet. You're so worried about yourself and worried about what everyone thinks about you doing your job. So I always interact with them first, and I'm like, hey, who are you as a person? And then if they're down to like vibe and get the show better, then absolutely I'll give them notes and ask them. But you have to make sure that like they're receptive to feedback, because if not, then you're just butting heads and causing a potential like tension that could cost you a job in the future, right? So like if I go to the observer and I don't even like figure out who they are as a person, and I'm like, I need you to do this better, and they take that as hostile, they could be in a feedback room later on and they can be like, I don't like that caster, right? So it's a very delicate line, because esports is all about like feelings. There's so much fifis going on, you know, and like there's a lot of like networking going on. There's not. The reason why I always say esports hasn't gotten big yet is because it's not just business yet. It's still like, we want to do this because we feel good about this. And there's a lot of emotions and stuff in it. So it kind of depends, you know? That TrikSlyr guy is a fucking dick. Yeah, I can be a dick. You know who, you know who's awful about it? Caldor. He wants shows ran well, and you've seen his stream. He puts on a good production, right? Like, he knows what he's talking about. The problem is like a lot of people are like working 14-hour days, so they'll be like, hey man, I'm just trying to chill and do my job and stay like focused in, but I can't stay logged in all day, you know? And like he doesn't give a shit. He's like, well, when you're working, you should be doing this right. Do it this way. And so usually whenever I'm around Caldor, he'll go in and he'll talk his shit, and then I'll come in afterwards like, hey man, you know, Caldor's doing his thing, we chilling. Is there anything that you didn't understand? You want to walk through it a little bit together? I try to soften the blow a little bit. Caldor gets mad at chatters that bring down the quality of his chat. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Caldor is like, he's almost someone that you need in esports.
I don't know how others are, but I would say he's the best. He comes
like,
up with a lot of good ideas.
He's right a majority of the time because he has experience, has been around. But sometimes his people skills just rub people the wrong way, right?
Just running all the time.
And because they wrong people the wrong way, they won't do it right just to spite him.
So it's a mix. It's not like, I think Ryan knows in Valorant I was much more.
I remember there was like a tournament we went to, and on Friday night, Caldor gave notes to this guy, and this guy was like really nice and receptive. He's like, I got you, bro, no problem. And then he didn't do the things that Caldor said. And Saturday morning, Caldor came in and said, and he was like, I thought you said you got me. I didn't feel had.
Absolute pleasure to talk to you again, Salah. No doubt we'll see a little bit more of you guys.
We need to fix this now.
Hope so.
Too funny, bro. Right. Esports is crazy.
What a lovely lad. For a second, we have our last series coming up. Virtus Pro found themselves in the lower bracket.
All right,
in the
last
group
cast chat.
stage at the
So I think I'm
hands
going to do
of
this cast, and then I'm going to take a break, and then come back for 4 o'clock. The only problem with that is I do have to walk my dogs around 6 p.m. They're on a pretty rigorous schedule, so I don't know how to handle that.
To get here, they had so much pressure on them to get to this point,
And
now
2
they're gonna
hours
be
is a little
up
too
against
early for
what might
walking.
be the best
I think I'll
team
have to just
the
AFK
EMEA,
in the middle of a
if not
series
the world. There is a
to
lot
make
of
sure I
pressure
walk
on them.
them.
If they
So
go down to the lower
forgive
bracket,
me.
they have to go
If the
against
series is really
Insomnia,
good,
which again, we've already seen
I
is very
can
hard to
cast
drop
it
because even
later
teams
on.
like Berber
So maybe
Pacific
on that one we'll just chill.
almost stumbled.
Yeah, I mean,
Hire a
if
dog
the players
walker?
don't
Fuck
take this
that,
lightly
bro.
from
Also,
them,
it is
then
a
I think
thing.
they're the team I have the least
There's a new job
expectations
thing that's
from them
popping
for
up where
going
people
into
come and
playoffs,
babysit
but
your dogs
I'm
during
always happy
weddings
to be
because there's
proven
so
wrong.
many
This
people in
seems like how much
California that have
challenges
dogs. They're
anyone can
metaphorical
do to
children.
Virtus Pro after this break, so don't go
So they want
anywhere.
them to be at the wedding, but they don't want to like take care of the dog the entire time because they're not children. You can't just like tell them to shut the fuck up. So there's actually like dog babysitters for weddings now. They bring the dog in, they help them through the walk, let them walk around and meet the guests, they keep an eye on them, and then they take them back home afterwards. The whole service.
Struck down by living cheat. Struck down by living cheat.
Why do you need an ass simply for wedding dog sitters? Well, you don't have puppies. But dogs are like your companions for life, you know? And we live in a world where, like, I think having children right now is probably not the best call. You know, economy is around the angles being shut down. AI is taking over the world. I think we're in a world where maybe some depopulation might be needed, a smidgen. So I would rather have a couple of puppies to take care of for my family. But you never know. Some people take it too far. I do agree with that. For sure. But I will not be lying if, like, I'd say I'd be heartbroken if Sadie wasn't taken care of correctly, right? Like, both of our dogs are rescues, and we care very much about them. They're family to us. Generally, though, like, we have a friend group that we can have babysit. We do have a friend that actually does the dog babysitting, and we actually did book her for when we go to Hawaii. Which, holy shit, chat. My girlfriend got that 2 years ago, and I'm actually going to Hawaii. It's so wild to me. I don't know what to do. Your heart is mine. Your girlfriend got you a trip to the beach next week. Have fun. Enjoy. Make sure to put suntan lotion, man. The beach isn't a joke. Oh, I just got an email trying to pay my internet bill, chat. Reminder, your bill is coming up. Yes, it is. I want a girlfriend that every time he takes me on vacation with her. I think that's called a partnership, my man. You should start dating and talk to the girls and then tell them that you want to go places. And that you guys can want to find a nice middle ground and go together. And then if you find someone that's like, I love traveling, then you got a winner. And then you just got to make sure they have a good personality and aren't crazy. Easy. That's how it's done. Oh, I put autopay on my internet. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. My girlfriend just like, she loves trips, but she like doesn't want to be like gouged money-wise. So what she does is just looks like 2 to 3 years in advance and just like finds really cheap deals. She's like really uniquely good at it. And so she found like a 9-bedroom, I think it's a townhouse or something that's in Hawaii a couple of years ago. And I think we're paying like $400 for the week or something like that. And we can bring up to 9 people with us. It's fucking insane that she found that deal. Now, of course, we still have to pay for the flights and whatnot. But it's like, 9-bedroom house for $400 for the week? How did you find that? What? You forgot my nominal fee of viewership. When should I expect the funds of my PayPal streamer? I'm so sorry. I can't do that, CB. That contract's been terminated. We're going to Hawaii? No, we're not going to Hawaii. I want to make a video chat, but like, I don't know how to make vacation videos. I don't know how to do it. Like, I just, like, every time that I've gone on a vacation, I'm like, oh yeah, I should record a video. But then like 2 days in, I just shut my brain down off and I don't care about the internet for like 3 days. I literally take my Switch and then I just wind up playing Slay the Spire and I just love it. I love just being unplugged from the internet. I don't think about content and it really recharges my battery. So like, I don't know. I'm a shitty content creator in that aspect of my life where I don't like document things, but I like the payoff of like, I come back and I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped to stream again, you know? Probably my favorite part. Okay, let's get ready for the final stat. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Down to our last game of the day to decide who will be in our upper bracket semi-finals and who will be sent down to the lower bracket. Virtus Pro, the undisputed kings of Europe up to now, had to fight.
Need to reset sometimes? Yeah, for sure. And this year will be my, next year will be the first year. I'm taking a full month off in January. I'm really nervous about it, but I want to see how I feel about the rest of the year, because January I always have like a streamer like depression where I'm like, I don't know what to stream, there's like no ad revenue coming in because no one spends money in January. It's like a natural down month across all businesses, and I'm like, what if I just take that month off, you know? We'll see. You invited Pally, Moon, and Turk? I did not invite them.
I know that you and me were talking before.
Did not.
Both big Daredevil fans, so we'd love to see this. We've been talking.
I'm an awful friend.
It is definitely not a no. This is a yes.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite Marvel.
I don't get the feeling any of them would want to go to Hawaii.
Stuff, so Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and stuff. So.
I think I'm the most outsidey person in my friend group, which is sad. Because I don't like going outside.
We do have a red team for low 9 at the very least, so we're sort of going to.
Walter's house is 64 degrees at all times. He hates heat.
Honestly, I think with Virtus Pro, we can sort of look a little bit more at a team that has been dominant at the top, right? When it comes to the pedigree that this squad has, Tetcher. They've essentially won everything in EMEA.
Yep, they have not lost since beta, basically. They have proceeded to do both MRCs, the Marvel Rivals Invitational, and anything else they put their mind to, including...
Yeah, so this is supposed to be like the best of the best teams, chat.
A single series.
This is supposed to be the best that EMEA has to offer.
Their way through, only losing this one series in those group stages.
He's from Florida? Yeah, Floridas are known for massive AC usage.
In that first game versus Rad, according to them, due to the draft, they've then been through triple res comps. They've been through the Psylocke returning once again for Sparker, one of their most legendary characters. They've been picking up the Captain America again. Virtus Pro are terrifying.
You said it there perfectly, though, when it comes to, like, adjusting your draft. Because Virtus Pro, I mean, everybody sort of admitted it. It was the talking point after they lost to Rad of just... It felt that Virtus Pro weren't necessarily that prepared with the meta, and I think one of the things that they were hit hard with is
VP counter strats.
Banned out the strategists against.
This is who they ban: Loki and Luna. Cloak and Death. They literally just ban healers. That's it. That's hilarious.
but I specifically wanted to highlight Mantis as
Hero
zero
bans versus
bans
Virtus Pro.
against, because we've seen, like I mentioned earlier in the show, we've seen
there's
a lot
seriously
more
no
teams
DPS on
ban
this,
Mantis
or is
from
this like
Asia, from China, from OC,
what am I looking at right
to
now?
try to combat that triple strategist Adam Warlock Mantis plus whoever else comp, where you have those like Kamek revivals and also the team up resurrects with Starlord and stuff. So that is something that we started to see a little bit more from Virtus Pro with Sparker going on the Adam Warlock. I can definitely see more teams looking at that Mantis and going, we need to ban that out because it shuts down everything else around what Virtus Pro want to do here.
But as you mentioned, they have been adjusting their composition as time has gone on. That Mantis may be a worthy ban because not just the Starlord, we've also been seeing Fire when they don't get their hands on that, looking at the Human Torch sometimes, who, as you mentioned, is going to benefit.
The best team in the
hugely
EU
if they
always
want to
plays
go
triple
for
strategist.
a Mantis. Low9 on the other side, they have been playing very consistently, but they have been playing very a little bit less versatile. They have shown a lot less heroes than some other people, with the exception of Jerky, who has played 4
You got Dragon Ball
characters,
Fighter
Psylocke,
Z? Hit up
Torch, and
MDK. He wants to play Cyberco.
Crisis has played Punisher, the Winter Soldier, Hela, Psylocke, Starlord. But in terms of Pink Clone, Invisible Woman, and Luna.
Look at all the fighter gamers we have now.
They have been very consistent when it comes to.
How cool are we, chat? We
their
actually play the
strategic badge
coolest
as well.
fucking games
But
on
there's
this
one
channel.
player who I want to bring
I'm so
attention
proud
to.
of us.
We love our dive players.
We play
in
good
the
shit.
side of EMEA, and Saintamoto has been.
We could be
doing
elitist
so
if we wanted to, but we're
much
not.
for
We're
them.
humble.
They have played 11 maps so far in the Marvel Rivals Ignite. They have had Captain America banned against them 9 of those 11 maps, and the amount of times they've won.
You really hates Captain America.
Is 2. They
Oh
are
my
2-0.
god.
I mean, that's the data that's going to matter. Like, that's hard to get, I'll be honest, when you're sort of doing stuff manually, but like, that is the stuff that teams are going to be wanting to keep an eye on. It's just like the win rate when they get, or the win rate when they ban. And Captain America is such a interesting character at the moment.
Gatekeeping is
because you
stupid.
can't
I
play
know. I feel
player
bad when I hate on
and
Hans
not
players.
feel
I'm
the
trying to
impact that
stop.
he
I swear to
has
God.
in a coordinated 6 versus
It's the only
6
game that I
setup.
gatekeep.
And you're right.
It's 'cause I
just
see no
really
future in
enables
it.
The rest of the team with just how disruptive you could be, what you can force out, and just how unrelenting you are. It's just, you know, the literal "I could do this all day" quote is pretty apt with how this guy is able to sort of take these fights and engage.
Trying to be more open-minded, man.
It's been tricky. They've had some really hard series, and pretty much that big game against Shmungus was the one that sort of really highlighted what this team could do a lot. But I mean, no disrespect to Shmungus, because I know that some of them are going to be watch partying this. They are the team that sort of scrims the least.
DBZ
right?
won't
So
work on your
Low9,
Steam Deck?
if they
Is
are
it just, like, really
practicing as much
laggy?
consistently as the other teams, they should be beating Shmungus, and maybe should be beating Shmungus 2-0 and not dropping a map. But they did lose domination, as Craigie said earlier. It can be a little bit of a dice roll and be a lot of how you deal with stuff in the moment as opposed to preparation.
We'll have to see how they do deal with it in the moment, as of course that first domination map is random. So of course a lot of these teams will be scrimming on every single domination map they can with whoever
Anti-cheat
they
won't let
can
it load?
get their
Oh,
hands
interesting.
on to be a scrim partner. You mentioned that Low9, they should have been taking these matches versus Shmungus in potentially a 2-0. They got 2-0'd by all.
Oh, I hit exit. That's okay. All right, everybody. Welcome to the final match of today's playoffs. From what I understand, Virtus Pro is supposed to be the best team in all of Europe, or even, I believe some even believe them to be the best in Marvel Rivals, period. With that being said, I have yet to see a single match. So today will be my first time actually watching them play in today's playoffs. They're playing against Low9, which I actually really like their name. Low9 is nice. From what I understand, Virtus Pro seems to love to run a lot of triple healer compositions, just in general, and Loki is usually a primary foundation for that. So we'll see if that is the case today, which makes sense, right? If you're on top of the game and you're in a position where you think mechanically you are better than your opponents, what do healers or strategists typically do? They provide healing and mitigate mistakes. So if you can make sure that you don't have to worry about any mistakes or any fumbles with triple healers and still outskill your opponents, I can see them constantly running it. With that being said, I do think that Marvel Rivals is in a position where skill level, if it is equal, triple healer shouldn't be the dominant type of composition. And I think that's been showcased a few times in this tournament in general, right? there are ways to break them apart. So we'll see if anyone is able to push that towards Virtus Pro as we set up. Berber Patapim seems like they are being actively vocal about trying to get towards Virtus Pro and face off against them. They were in separate groups, but they would love to face them and show them that they aren't as good as everyone says, which I find fascinating. I kind of love that. Now, into the match, let's do a quick scan through the bans. It doesn't seem like there's anything too crazy in terms of bans. There is an early Captain America ban, the second ban actually, here for Virtus Pro. And from what I understand, Low9 seems to have a very good Captain America player. In fact, it seems like Captain America has higher value than other regions. They seem to really enjoy his independence, right? Which I can really get behind. Especially if you're like macro focused and you're trying to play around like cooldowns and you're trying to get the healers to make sure that they're using cooldowns on themselves instead of their teammates. I can see where he gets a lot of value. He's kind of like a very unsung hero in terms of what Captain America is able to pull away from the opposing team. You just don't really get to see it that much unless you're staring at Captain America specifically, right? So let's get ready for it. We're heading into Krakoa. This will be domination here for map number 1. And we'll finally get a taste of what Virtus Pro is. This will be my first tiptoe into the waters of Virtus Pro. What do they have? What are their strengths to the point where everyone is so terrified of these gamers? And if they are that good, how will they do against other regions in the future? So many questions for sure. I think my favorite so far to watch has been Berber Patapim, but I think I like Zero Tenacity probably the most out of all the teams that I've seen so far in EMEA. So let's see if that opinion changes. Here we go. I love the name Jerky. Who's that for? Low9? All right. So we have the Psylocke and Hulk harassment strategy. Psylocke is usually going to be lurking around corners. Hulk jumps in, demands attention. Jerky comes in, finds pickoff, right? And then typically you want to pair that with a DPS that's relatively safe. You want to do either a Punisher or, in this case, we have a Namor. Someone that can buy time if he's being dived upon. Because that's kind of the often strategy that you have if you have a Hulk and Punisher coming towards you. You don't take your entire team and run down the 4 members that are left over. But if the 4 leftover members are relatively safe, not a big deal. And that's what we're seeing right here by Sparker. He is literally just sitting back here and just throwing out his attacks. Got a couple of tentacles down as well. Jerky did get picked off from Low9. And they pushed him all the way back. They're even chasing him a little bit here. Looking for any pick that they can get. Can they find something? Not really, but they are farming. They need to be careful here not to overextend. Look at this. Man, they move as a unit. Look at this movement. Look at this. Very impressive. It was almost like a flying V formation. All right. Jerky once again going for a hunt in the back line. Fi actually gets shots on him while he's invisible. Nice job there. Fi gets picked off though. Virtus Pro down 1. Luna Snow will pop her ultimate, but the same will be happening here for Pin Clone. Big Whale comes out to knock a couple people on the ground trying to go for that CC. Gonski grabs Luna Snow, going to try and go for a second Luna Snow ult. There it is. 24 seconds of healing coming in from Low9. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, is attempting to find their own pick, but they just lost their front line. So Hulk will have to pop his ult. And now we're at a point where it's, all right, this fight is lost. Let's start backing out, guys. What we'll do is we'll use the Hulk to buy as much objective time as we can on the point, and then we need to get out of here. Jerky able to get away thanks to his shield. And overall, Virtus Pro gets 62% on the objective. Portal coming up. Finzi and Drydo are going to be coming in. Oh, nice job by Fi. Able to go up in the sky here. Finds a pick on Psylocke. Getting the heals at the last second. Going to drop down. Uses E here to boost. And he'll be A-okay. So Virtus Pro momentarily lose full objective control, but take it back off the back of a Hulk. And a solid portal. They're waiting for it. Keeping an eye on the Bruce banner. Is Bruce down? There he goes. Okay, so he staggers for 10 seconds. I need to see Low9 here. I want to look at their tanks, right? I want to know how they're trying to get into this fight. High ground grabbed here for Virtus Pro. Full control. Nice little angle here, by the way. Just throwing spears straight down that choke. Don't need headshots. Headshots are massive, by the way, on Namor. For those that don't know, if you have a couple of your tentacles down and then you go for a headshot or your right click, it will increase the attack speed of your tentacles. So you're constantly looking for headshots, and you can use them on Loki clones, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But giving that buff to your tentacles are how you get a lot of damage coming in. Massive whale! I think it was actually blocked by a shield there. A counter whale comes out. It does hit Cloak and Dagger, which is pretty massive. One healer is down. Saipei is going to be able to ult, though, during this entire engagement. He's in the back right corner, just dancing away, getting those heal. Fi comes up on the top side, and now we'll start to move in for the tanks here. With an E on the pop, it pulls everybody off the objective. And look at this. Low 9. This happens so much in EU. It's frustrating. Why aren't they commsing who's going to stay on point? And why don't they have a backup plan? Every single time a game has ended because the one person that was on the point holding it for the team could not stay alive, whether it be resources or people getting pushed back, and then you literally look at the opposing team and they're millimeters away from the objective. That needs to be cleaned up. That's my criticism on a lot of these like mid-tier, like low-tier teams that are in this ELO, or not ELO, this tournament, is I feel like their objective control, when it comes down to being clutch, is horrendous. They're good mechanical players. They have decent plans. You know, I would like a little bit more team synergy on some of the mid-tier teams, but still, the major thing that I have is like, you need to get that overtime, and you need to hold it for as long as you can, right? I understand not burning ults or whatever, but you want to give your team a chance to maybe find a pick and then switch the swing up, right? And even if you don't win the objective, if you take it away from your opponents, at least you get a couple of kills, you force them to more ultimates, you can set up for the next objective. It all snowballs into each other. All right, rant over. I'm gonna, you know, just yell fat penguin, which breaks the ice of ranting. Wolver has switched over to group. I do like these walls trying to control here. The problem with it is, like, there's so many ways into this objective area. There's 3 or 4 ways to look down on your opponent. So even though walls can come up, ultimately those walls can kind of be walked around. Oh, nice. Good fight on the Fi. I'm not going to lie. Fi's been pretty on point with trying to find this Psylocke that's been flanking. Low 9 has grabbed the objective early. Good to see from them. Trying to hit the headshot here. Not quite getting it. Just slightly missing. The primary attack of Namor can be a little weird. It's a projectile that's kind of slow, so like trying to get a headshot on it can be quite difficult. Man, you know what comes out, but doesn't really connect on anybody. Pin Clone has popped their ultimate. They're just trying to hold this objective. Saipei should answer now. There it is. So Virtus Pro should be able to get this fight here if they can avoid a pick, as Pin Clone's ultimate just ended, so Saipei stopped all the healing. Here comes the whale down the back line. There's a pick finally coming in. 2 down on Low 9. Price is trying to find something, but there's just nothing available here. Oh, finds an Emma Frost. Nothing is definitely not the right word for that, huh? And Low 9 kind of fighting back. Finally, Hulk gets a pick on Hello, which will slow down the pressure coming in. And Virtus Pro finally grabs the objective. But Low 9, honestly, claps in chat, able to grab 80% on the objective. Rounding up, of course. So in theory, they just need to have one fight go their way, and they should be able to end this here, or at least take it in overtime, if Virtus Pro tries to fight them. There are 3 people up here. By the way, Pro has switched over into a Wolverine composition, but I fear they may have lost someone too quickly. Sparker gets picked off, and now Jerky runs straight for the point trying to find a healer. He is on the hunt here. Nice movement by him. Fine getting low as well. There's a Groot wall. Can they take off this Emma Frost? They're trying to. She gets stuck into a corner. The healing can't hit until his walls are actually dealt with. Silent goes in for the back line and goes straight for the healers here. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. And Virtus Pro is actually getting cleaned up. Low 9. Playing off of this Psylocke here. It's impressive what one pick can do in this game. Trying to find the Namor. Gets a headshot, but no kill. 90%. Here comes the portal from Virtus Pro. Ult come out. They go for the overtime. They jump in. And Virtus Pro is now in a position to try and take this away from their opponent. Drydro will go ahead and set up with the ultimate. Here comes the Spark R ult at the same time, but one gets lost here for Virtus Pro. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Jerky and Nevix get picked. Wolverine diving in, finds a Loki. With no Gonske here, Low 9 is hurting, but luckily he just uses ultimate, so they can wait for him to come back. Penclone's ultimate just expired. And now Low 9 decides to back away. And I think they have to back away because they just don't have the numbers. Only Gonski alive. So Virtus Pro gets overtime and puts themselves in the game here. What is that? They really like doing this. Is that an Iron Man face inside of a tree? I think so. Is that a Sentinel? What is that? Virtus Pro set up for defense here, trying to secure for the 2-0. Low 9 needs to build up some ultimates, but they are running out of time. And they don't really have a wombo combo. They have Groot here, which has been pretty helpful. Doctor Strange goes in. It's going to be a 4-man stun. Loki dies again. It's just twice now that Loki has died in the last minute of the game. Not really his fault, obviously. But Virtus Pro now in a position where they're going to close this out. Salad goes in, trying to do some damage, and gets the overtime for her team. But is there anyone nearby that can help out? Gonski just respawned, and no, a complete wipe. Virtus Pro. Just being clutch when it matters. And I like that they were offensive there. They were proactive. They jumped on Low 9, dropped a 4-man ult, and make sure to stop them before they even thought about coming into the objective. Virtus Pro looking pretty strong, and they'll go up 1-0 over their opponents. We'll be back with game number 2. All right, then. All right.
That were taken, he engages. Low 9, honestly, a good showing, but I do think that they should have taken that second point if it wasn't for Virtus Pro having some, honestly, top-tier moments.
Top-tier moments.
36k healing, a solid 9k more than literally anyone else in the game.
Dude, I hate
their power to keep their team up, but there's only so much they can do when it came
that when we come out of a match where someone gets stomped, for some reason the thought is to immediately just run to numbers and then start yelling about numbers. Numbers can be good, but they don't tell the whole story.
You can see that coming in here from Vi, choosing the right target, blast a barrage onto any isolated member.
Game's been good so far? Yeah. It's playoffs. We've kind of came to the conclusion, I think you agree, chat, that like EU clearly has like a couple of like really good teams, and then their like 4th team and on need some work.
Yeah, he can't really stop too much.
They need to figure out what they want to do, right?
This kind of like last engagements that were happening, and well, you've got Wolver that had the Strangler Prison. Virtus Pro were just consistently dealing with it very nicely. You were losing Gonski, and just, yeah, it was like this key fight, honestly. Gonski goes down, you see the Strangler Prison follow shortly afterwards, and honestly, it's pretty comfortable. You have the Dance of the Butterfly shot for Jarecki, but he's like 8 HP, like you mentioned. It's not much that Low 9 could do in those situations, and Virtus Pro showing exactly why they're just such a consistently.
So 4 teams actually do the work and the others just play?
He's exactly on the board.
I wouldn't say that. It's just
and finally, the Loki
they're clearly trying to figure out who they are as teams, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have the skill.
It finally happened, and it came out
But like,
of Virtus Pro, but there were some times where it looked
there's a difference between the top 2% of teams and the top 10% of teams, right?
They can overcome this, or will they maybe adjust their bad strategy to get rid of the God of
I would
Mischief, who has been
argue
causing
there's
quite
probably
a lot
3
of mischief.
teams that are tournament ready in
After
EU.
this short break, don't go anywhere unless it's into game
And then
time.
America,
But for now, we'll be right back
I
with
can't
number
tell if they're tournament ready or if it's just a closer region in general, right? And you don't really find that out until your first major tournament. But I feel like when I'm watching America, I do see clear signs of a blueprint of a team. Whereas like here, like Rad, AB, Insomnia GG, Low 9, Peps, I'm like, okay, what are you guys trying to do? I see what you're doing, but what are you doing, you know? Like, what makes your team unique? Being generally good doesn't just win tournaments. You need to be great at something. Anyways. There I go yapping again. I have thoughts about esports. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-dum-bum-bum. Barefoot Thorskin? Honestly, we need more feet in life in general. Don't at me. It's for me to seek you out. Luna song. Luna, Luna, Luna. It's difference between skill and talent versus playing with and as a team. Yeah, you can be as a player, but we'll get beat 9 out of 10 against a team. Exactly. Exactly. Especially in this game where like each individual character is so strong, right? You gotta find what you do, you know? Ooh, The Bear Season 4 is out, chat. After I finish Edge Runner, should I watch The Bear? Stage Left gets back on Saturday. Snow, 12 seconds of volts. That's what we do.
Online a map down. Might want to take us to New York to see some of the map options that they've had previously. They're a squad that have like.
Are we going to New York? Did I just hear that right, Mike? New York?
Problem is, where on earth do you take the
How is Edge Runner? I am loving it. I am a fan of Trigger's work, and I think this is their best work. It is a beautiful anime. I do think like the pacing is really fast, but I think it's okay. I think it kind of shows like how hardcore Cyberpunk is. And I like that they're using abilities that are in the game and stuff. It makes me want to play the game. You know, because I don't have a lot of games to play right now.
You can't just take them to something like that just because it's played less nowadays, because they have more hours on it than some people have in the game, full stop.
I mean, if the majority of Spider Island games go like the one that we saw earlier, I'm not surprised that we see it so little in pro games. And you're right, like, Virtus Pro, on the receiving end of it previously when they lost to Peps, that first ever map loss that they conceded so far in.
Yeah, I agree with Scorbic. Solid unhinged story, amazing animation and music. Yep.
Central Park they've picked once, Yggdrasil they've picked once, Midtown they've picked twice. It feels like maybe Central Park to just see what Virtus Pro like to play on here.
Where's the Scarlet Witch at?
Teams did try to take Virtus Pro in that position. Just
Rage Cozy.
Okay, how are you approaching the meta? Where are you taking these positions? What
Rage Cozy, bro.
And just honestly, potentially stealing some of the strategies. That's what teams like to do in a lot of other games. Okay, there's a new map out. Let's see what the top teams do on it, and then we'll just copy that strategy and iterate it on depending on like our comforts. It's hard work, but people want to see exactly what Virtus Pro are cooking up.
But the fact is,
She
Virtus.pro,
should
they've
be.
already shown they are quite comfortable here. They've got players who can play flyers.
She's not
like that
meta.
with Torch. This is a map where flankers can really just have such a good time because there's all these secret tunnels and teleporters, meaning that there's always a chance that someone is behind you. Captain America, the Psylocke, they have so many times where they can just flank and get into backlines. It's a risky thing to play into a team like Virtus.pro, but we do know that
You should watch K-pop Demon Hunters on Netflix. It's better than the title sounds.
Could try and mirror as well with Virtus.pro so far banning the
I feel
Torch
like that's a good
defender from
title.
getting on it.
K-pop
Yeah,
Demon
I'm
Hunters?
really curious, I suppose, on where Low9 can take us here. And ultimately, like, your best performing maps are Symbiotic Surface, which you've won. You're 2-0 on. Central Park you picked, but you
Predator,
lost.
Killer of
Midtown,
Killers.
You picked twice, won one, lost one.
I could be
The
convinced.
win was against Shmongus as well, so that makes it sound like it doesn't count. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I just mean like that's the one that I do remember. But yeah, it's Low9 really just suffering from the fact that
K-pop Demon
found
Hunters.
this, like run of form. But whilst we're waiting to get into game, I guess what can you tell us about like the stakes of the history of the team? Like Virtus.pro, we've known a little bit more about because they've been around for so long, and ultimately, even if you're like in Americas or Asia, you're gonna know the prevalence of Virtus.pro. What have you picked up from Low9 from your like watching? Because obviously you've done a lot of the watching the qualifiers and as well, so you've got to see Low9 get to this point in the first place, you know?
Low9, they came together as a team quite late. They were less late than Blood Udo, for example, that came together hours before the tournament started. But Low9, they came together a couple weeks before the qualifiers, coming together just out of a load of players who were either just incredibly good ranked players or were looking for teams. They have just picked out some of the best people who were available and believed that they could make it work together and have successfully proved that yes, they can. They have already turned.
That's
into an
always a good
incredibly
story.
versatile unit, just relying on
When a bunch of people just like group up and go for it.
up great teamwork consistently, because a lot of these players have skill in other games. We've got people who have played a lot of other hero shooters or just other shooters in general, so it's an experienced team without as much experience playing it together. Jerky has been a big streamer for a while, creating a lot of
I would watch a KDA anime if it was made by the Arcane crew. They probably will at some point, dude. League has been pretty good about their branding. And welcome to the second match as we have Virtus.pro taking on Low9. A bit of a stomp. I will say Low9 did showcase some pretty solid moments. I do worry about their ability to clutch out a round. It just seems like they're generally good players, which is a vibe I'm kind of getting a lot today in these playoffs, right? Virtus.pro, meanwhile, they know how to close out a game. I felt like their gameplay in general was pretty solid. I like how they moved as a team, but what really is setting them apart right now against Low9 in this best of 3 series, and the 2 matches that I have watched, is they know how to close out a game or they know how to contest the ending of a game. Low9 had a situation where they could have won last time if they successfully protected the portal that was coming their way, but they didn't jump into it. They didn't try to wall block it. They didn't do anything in that regard, and Virtus.pro was able to go into overtime and just honestly outskilled them to the end. So we'll head into our next matchup and see if anything does change in that regard, but I am expecting a pretty swift 2-0, and I think it's pretty fair to say after what I saw in game number 1. Emma Frost, Loki ban out with an Emma Frost Protect here from Virtus.pro. Low9 will have a Loki ban, Captain America Protection, which is good. I've heard that the Captain America player for Low9 is someone that needs to be watched out for. It's one of their bread and butter compositions. They love to play around him, so I would love to see that and see how it goes. Magneto and a Human Torch ban out, preventing from the skies being terrorized, and in fact there's going to be an answer back from Virtus.pro on a Torch ban and then a Psylocke Protection. I'm starting to wonder if Psylocke is too strong. But I don't think so is my answer. I'm just thinking about it, right? I think there needs to be characters that can split off and be consistently solid on their own, and Psylocke is that kind of archetype. And I think because there isn't really any other choices that can do that, that she just kind of stands out. There is Black Panther, but he's a little bit on the all-in side. Kind of needs a height advantage. You have Magic, and Magic is wonderful, but her ultimate takes forever to build up, and she is very combo-based. If you do have a target that is currently being healed, as Magic goes for the Insult, she's going to lose out on that trade and has to use her abilities to escape. So she can feel kind of awkward to play. So Psylocke just kind of stands the test of time because she has a range ability, right? So we'll see how that goes. Spider-Man does not play it at a high level at all. The only time that we've had him played, he fell off the map.
Could make all the difference.
And that was today. Spider-Man is just a reinforcement for pro players, right? If you're on overtime and you need someone to get to the objective fast to help extend the life of it, or even just be there quickly because it's so far away, like on a convoy map, Spider-Man becomes a good choice then. Other than that, he's just too squishy against people that know how to aim and know how to play together. So Psylocke is just kind of this weird outlier that can kind of just do it all, play the health packs, and stay alive. Now, for map number 2, we are heading into Central Park. Always a solid one. A lot of open space here. I honestly, when this map came out, I was like, dude, this map was made for the Human Torch and for the Thing. It was released alongside them as well. And you have these like really short corridors that you kind of need to charge for, which is the Thing is perfect for. And then you have a lot of like high ground areas that you need mobility for, and that's what the Torch is. Also, I do find it hilarious that you are leaving Squirrel Girl's house. And she is a squirrel nut, dude. There's so many squirrels laid around that room. I wish I could be as passionate about a subject as Squirrel Girl is. That is truly her superpower. She's just so pro squirrel, you know? Maybe, I think the closest thing I could probably familiarize myself with Squirrel Girl is burritos. I am a burrito connoisseur, and I have opinions about burritos, their tightness, their fillings, what goes well with what, almond tortillas, whatever. I'll stop talking about burritos now. Let's get to the match. Low9 will be on the attack side here. They went for a portal strategy where they tried to go for the back line and get a portal out. But what happened here is Virtus.pro said, okay, we'll go clean up the rest of your team and then we'll come back and play up afterwards. So they pushed into the opposing side, cleared out 3 members of Low9, let the Punisher take the point. But remember, it's a slow progression when there's only 1 or 2 people on the point. And they came back and cleaned it up. Not a bad idea. With that being said, knowing what Virtus.pro is going to do in that situation, Low9 can wait until their portal comes back off the global cooldown and try that again. And see if Virtus.pro does the same. Because if they do, they should be able to get that point. Actually, no, they shouldn't. I would say that if they got 2 points on the objective, but they only got 1 threshold. Impressive. Nicely done there by Virtus.pro. Ultimate once again, the same strategy. If somebody goes on the point, Virtus.pro just dives into their team and kills them. Fighting fire with fire. Gru ultimate comes out from Wolver, locks down on multiple members. It's going to be a pickup on Nevix. Fenzi's trying to escape and may do so. The healing is coming in just in time, but Saipei is going to fall. Low9 trying to chase in. They are very close to finishing the objective. Fee goes up in the sky, trying to get down to the heels, and he will be able to fly down just in time and get healed up from that carpet. Virtus.pro is hanging in there, but Low9 is also doing the same. Running down whatever targets they can get. They do find a kill on Emma Frost, it looks like. Saipei trying to keep Fee and Sparker alive, but this might be the end of the push, as Low9 is able to get in there. I'm glad we're watching a little bit of Saint. I want to see this Captain America, dude. I want to hear it. Saint is apparently revered as one of the strongest Captain Americas in all of EMEA. And I need to do a better job of keeping an eye on him. Ultimate pop for Virtus.pro. They actually go behind the enemy lines. They were all set up for around this corner, but they just straight up run them down from behind, and it works out flawlessly. 5 picked off. Jesus. Ouch! They really love showing that squirrel. Stop showing that squirrel. I hate it. Stop it! They're all spawning right now. Why are we looking at this? What? Who's doing this to me? Am I being trolled? There's literally a fight breaking out right now. I am anti-squirrel on this stream. B comes in, gets some decent damage. Low 9 pushes all of Virtus Pro back, and Virtus Pro is actually now in a really weird position. They're behind where they spawn, and are in between the spawn point and the old objective.
I am ready to put on a show.
Fee goes up on the top side and flanks from behind. What a crazy fight. Virtus Pro, oh my god. So, I need to talk about this, and remind me to talk about this. Remind me to say, talk about the thing after this, because I have a lot to say about what I'm witnessing right now that is not replicated by other teams at the moment. And this might be why Virtus Pro is doing so well. They're doing something on defense that is so distracting. Low 9 charges in once again. Attempt to go for some damage. Crisis grabs the ultimate out and burns through 3 people. Punisher just showing the Punisher life. I frame for Cloak and Dagger, but I don't know if that'll get her anywhere. She's just trying to get damage, so they kill her. There we go. That'll force a full reset. 2 minutes and counting. Virtus Pro setting up for an entire reinforcement. Meanwhile, Low 9 setting up a turret around this corner. Pretty good angle, actually. There's not very much he can have to deal with on the right side. They do it again. What an interesting way to play defense. They constantly go behind their opponents. They make them look behind them. How disorienting. Low 9 seems to be catching on, though, and playing pretty well. Fee gets above, just some decent damage. 3 are currently down. He's trying to die. There it is. Gets picked off. "50 seconds. Virtus Pro will have one more fight." Nice ultimate, but... Oh, I was gonna say Sue Storm should be able to get through that, but it was too much DPS. Okay, Low 9. All right. Low 9 has got a plan. Heating up there. So one thing that Virtus Pro is doing, and I want to talk about a little bit more in depth later on, but they're trying to flank behind their opponent's objective, right? The convoy has to be pushed by Low 9. And typically when you are playing on offense, you assume behind you is safe. Virtus Pro instead is just straight up going behind them and poking them in the butt and saying, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. And when they turn around, they could lose the progress on their objective because they're not focused on it. They're disoriented. It's different. It's not something you play against on a lot of teams, so it can be really confusing. And Virtus Pro seems to be doing all right in that, or at least they were until this last team fight. Look at that. They're doing it again. They had a couple people come in from behind. Low 9 comes back to defend it, and every time someone is backdooring their point, they have to bring back their entire team to try and slow it down. It wastes a lot of time. V comes forward. Dark Curtain goes out, looking for just any target you can find. Goes for Punisher. Gets some damage on him. Meanwhile, Cloak and Dagger ultimate comes out from down the ramp. Feed is trying to dance here. Massive Groot ult gonna come off, and that's gonna be able to get Star-Lord low on HP. He's only been able to find the kill, though, thanks to Drydro and his ultimate. And Low 9 gets wiped completely. Now, my question is, does Virtus Pro try to get behind them once again here, or are they gonna go for a typical defense?
Down to 30 seconds.
I hate this. Am I anti-fun? Why? Why? Psylocke jumps forward, and Virtus Pro brings the fight to them immediately. 5 seconds and counting. Captain America should be able to try and get the overtime. He can't. He's dead. Ooh, he may have gotten it. Oh, that's crazy. His dead body at the last second got on the overtime. The portal? Not enough. Not enough.
The current score is
GG, Virtus Pro wins. My god. Okay, that's the end of today's playoffs completely, but let me draw this little diagram here, chat. And let me, like, explain this concept that Virtus Pro is currently running. Okay, so here is the payload, right? Payload. That's the payload. A little box, right? And typically how a fight works is, like, you'll have red team's offense, okay? Red team's trying to move forward. You can get people up here. You got a couple people up here. You got a couple people up here, right? And that, like, allows for, like, this person could be moving around and trying to get off on an off angle, like, right up here and put some damage in. But what Virtus Pro is doing is, instead of being here and, like, trying to match and do a front-to-back fight, so they have to, like, you know, keep an eye on the payload. They're trying to, like, get damage on the tanks. What they do is they just straight up go, I'm going to take our entire team, and we're going to put you in a weird spot where you're trying to move forward, but we're beating up your back line. Which is so stressful to think about. Right? Because now these tanks have to come back here and play defense. And then you're kind of like in a weird squish spot, right? And then if you take your entire team, let's say they decide to, like, take the red team and they go, okay, well, we'll keep backing up. We'll keep backing up. We'll stay on the payload and keep it moving. This team is still moving in the entire time, right? And then if one of these guys gets picked off, let's say this guy, whoever this is, gets picked off. Now he spawns over here, and he's got their backs looking at him. So he can come in and take out a support. And the moment anyone dies, you have a number advantage, and you collapse. And you win. It's such a foreign strategy that you don't have to deal with in any ranked games. I assume a lot of scrims. It seems like Virtus Pro is the only one doing this. Like, typically a lot of teams, what they're doing is they're like, yeah, sure, we'll have our normal team over here, and we'll send like 2 people back here, right? And 2 people can come over here and fuck around, blah, 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 blah. But Virtus Pro is like, we'll just take everybody. We'll take everybody, and then when we die, we have the reinforcement that's coming in and hitting them on the back. And eventually they get squished, and they're going to lose the war of attrition. We'll use our healer ults back here. We vibing. It's crazy. Isn't there one more round for VP? Oh, yeah, there probably is, but I'm good. I'm tired of watching Low 9 get their ass beat. Alright, guys, I'm out. I'll see you at 4 o'clock for the Americas, which will be occurring. It'll be sick. It'll be great. That'll be going on for a few hours. I may have to walk my puppy, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And we'll be there. Cool. Awesome. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me on my stream. I'll see you tonight for more Marvel Rivals casting. Hell yeah!